Are we live? Okay, yay. All right, well, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let us start off this stream with a question because it is Monday morning. And my question to you is there no better way to start your Monday than to start it with Host Week? And I would say the only thing that's better than starting your Monday with Host Week is to have started it with Host Week and a breakfast of a bowl of Fruity Pebbles and a cookie, because that was my experience this morning and it is so fabulous so far. So we here at HAR are beyond words excited to be putting on our second annual Host Week. First thing we want to do is say thank you to our sponsors. We have Avoya Travel, Lavarte Travel, Nexion Travel Group, and Uniglobe Travel Center. They have made it so we are able to offer this as a free event to advisors. So, because let me tell you that our 4-person team has worked hard to pull this event together on top of our regular work. And we really, really, really think you're going to like what we have in store for you this week. I just realized, where are my manners? We haven't met yet. I am Steph Lee. I am the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I will be your MC for this week. So we'll be seeing a lot of each other, hopefully. If this is your first time joining us for Host Week, you are in for a real treat. What do we have in store for you? There is a lot going on. So every day we have keynote speakers to inspire and educate you. We have over 25 host interviews for those of you that are looking for a host or looking to switch host agencies. We've got a little dash. We've sprinkled in some love from different suppliers, which is basically, it's just this big warm fuzzy where you get to hear how important the hosted advisor community is to suppliers. And then we have some think tank sessions, which are new this year, and those are aimed at helping you up your agency game. So beyond that, we are not done yet, folks. There are really, really cool exclusive deals for Host Week attendees. And it's not just from host agencies. It's from associations. It's from tech partners. It's all across the board. So there's over 40 of them. And we will go ahead and put that link in the comments right now so people can start perusing the specials, because some of them may end at the end of Host Week. Some may go a couple weeks longer, but it's good to familiarize yourself with them. And we just published them all yesterday. So go ahead and put that link in the comments and people can check it out. One of the kind of fun things we're doing in the interim between segments is we'll be highlighting some of the cool new hobby advisors have picked up during this lovely pandemic. So the last thing we're going to do and the last treat we have for you is on Friday, and that's our awards ceremony for our Luminary Awards, where we recognize the best of the best host agencies out there. And I don't want to give anything away. Where did I put that? But there may be a Star Wars theme this year. Shh, very exciting. So again, the whole event is free. So if you have colleagues that you think might be interested in this or benefit from it, have them RSVP by going to har.news/hostweek. And we'll put the link in the comments for that as well. And if you're wondering, for those of you that may not be able to make everything, which I'm sure is most people since you don't have like 12 to 5 blocked off every day doing nothing. But we will be recording these. So if you miss something, do not worry. You can always check it out on Host Agency Reviews YouTube channel under our 2022 Host Week playlist. Couple things I want to mention is, one, I have 2 dogs. So throughout this week, they might make appearances. Right now, they're being really good by just, sitting in the back sleeping. But sometimes they come up and visit on the camera. So be warned about that. But the other thing I want to warn you about is due to logistics and the fact that there's not very many of us on the HAR team, we have pre-recorded this event because with just 4 of us producing Host Week, we do everything in-house. It's a heck of a lot less stressful if we can put it together ahead of time. So that means that the good news is the whole HAR team, Mary, April, Maureen, and I will be in the comments throughout the week. So if you have questions, don't be shy. Put them in the comments and we will be there to answer you. The other side I want to mention about pre-recording, there is the downside that we've recorded this a week before you're actually watching it. And so with things moving so quickly in terms of COVID news, that could mean that there's this huge change in the travel industry of the world that has come up between this recording and streaming it. So if a dinosaur has dropped down from space onto Earth and taken over, just know that we're not ignoring it. We just don't know about it yet. We're in blissful ignorance. So Now that we've got all that boring stuff out of the way, we are cooking. To kick off Host Week, we thought it would be really nice to be able to give kind of a state of the host agency industry type of a keynote. And this is where we can go ahead and share with you some of the data we've seen from our annual survey that we do and our site analytics that can help kind of clue you in to what some of the host agency trends are. So are you ready? Let's jump right into our first keynote, which happens to be me. Hello, and welcome to our keynote on where do host agencies stand during the recovery, data and trends from HAR. Today, we'll be going over PowerPoints, slides, graphs, and data to make sure that I'm just kidding. So first of all, I apologize that I named this the most snooze-inducing title ever. As we all can tell from the name of the company, Host Agency Reviews, I'm not very creative when it comes to naming things. So what I want to get across in today's keynote is the optimism that I have for our industry's future. Now, everyone that knows me knows that I'm the eternal optimist, but this optimism is no way trying to diminish how difficult the last 2 years have been for all of us, because it has been terrible to run a business through the pandemic. And as a fellow business owner that has a very embarrassing profit and loss statement, I get you. I'm right there with you. But I don't want to focus on the negative today, because the reality is, if anyone wanted to feel negative, all you had to do is look at the headlines out there. So we don't need a keynote to tell us that the last 2 years has been very, very bad for the travel industry, let alone on the work side, let alone what's happened personally. So my goal with this keynote is to help us see the forest through the trees. I want you to get excited about 2022, and I want to challenge you to look at this awful little virus that has upturned everything, to recognize that it is an awful virus, but there might be a silver lining, and that it might be a turning point for advisors. It might be what, for the first time since the internet came out, it might be on a grand scale bringing customers back to using travel advisors. And it might be what turbocharges attracting new blood to our industry and grows the travel advisor force bigger than it's ever been. Because it's my belief that host agencies and their networks are entering a new era. So that's you. You're entering a new era. We have seen the growth of host agencies of the last 5 to 10 years, and we've seen how they've overtaken the more traditional travel agency business models as the channel within the travel agency distribution channel. So they're the segment that's the fastest and most lucrative growth potential for suppliers. And I did a keynote, my keynote for Host Week last year was on this, and I go a lot more in depth on that one. Actually does have data and slides, but hopefully it's not super boring. But we're going to link to that in the comments if anyone wants to take a deeper dive into that. But the Cliff Notes version is that host agencies were once the black sheep of the industry, and now they're the industry darlings. So whether you're hosted or not, no agency during this pandemic has seen record growth in sales the last few years. So right now we're in a holding pattern in terms of sales, but we all know that the pent-up demand is out there. The problem is we just have to keep canceling due to things that are outside of our control. So I like to compare the pent-up to demand when I think about it. I picture an elementary school classroom. So right now, the travelers are the kids stuck in the classroom. They're eagerly awaiting their recess time where they can go out and play. And they feel like they're held against their will because there's a perfectly good playground out there to explore, and they have to sit in here in a room being taught. So when travelers are finally able to release all of their pent-up energy and they get to play on that playground, the sales are going to come flooding in for our side of the travel industry. And once the travel industry can get back to operating normally, or even some semblance of normal, I think we can all agree that the pent-up demand is going to lead to just a huge gold rush for us. And we just are waiting for that recess bell to ring, right? So let me talk to you about some of the trends we've been seeing at HAR that make us believe the future is super bright. So the first thing is, oh, you know what? I am terrible at these two-screen things, so give me just a second. I wish I was better at this. wish I could be more smooth. Okay. Share your screen. Okay. I think I did it. Yeah. All right. Thank you for being patient with me. All right. So the first thing I want to talk about, the first takeaway I want you to have from this is I've done some consulting work outside of HAR for large companies or tech companies that they're looking at starting a travel agency on their own or partnering with an agency. So I hear a lot of them say when they come to me, and they've done a lot of research beforehand and they have a team on it and they want to pursue this path. And they say, travel advisors, where they excel and where the internet cannot beat them is that they do complex travel and we want to tap into that. So tours, FITs, cruises, packages, none of those were easy to book before the pandemic. So tell me what's more complex than an ever-changing pandemic requirements and restrictions that change by the hour, and absurd amounts of cancellations and closures happening all the time, and countries becoming inaccessible within a day's notice. I mean, we have just leveled up probably times 100 when it comes to the complexities of booking travel. So those complexities are a headache for everyone, but they also are going to give us as the industry an opportunity to showcase our value. And there have been quite a few studies that have come out showing that travelers are much more likely to use a travel advisor than they were pre-pandemic. So the first study I want to remind everybody about is one from this last September. So it's from Internova Travel Group, which if you're not familiar with them, they're the parent company of Travel Leaders Group and Travel Leaders Network. So they did a survey and they found that 80% of consumers prefer to work with a human for important trips. That's right. It's a human is what they said. So I'm choosing to use human and make it synonymous with travel advisor because I don't know of any extraterrestrials or aliens that are travel advisors. But anyhow, I'm just a little confused why they used human and not travel advisor. So another study was done a little bit earlier. Let's see, probably about 9 months ago. So it was done earlier in the pandemic, and that was by ASTA and a joint venture with Sandals. And they found that a quarter of travel advisors before the pandemic often or always used a travel advisor. So there's a lot of room for improvement there, right? Now, if we look at those who sometimes or rarely used a travel advisor before the pandemic, a whopping 44% of them are likely to use one after the pandemic. That's a huge opportunity. So our job as an industry is how do we convert that 44% that are now open to using a travel agent? How do we make them come on over to Team Travel Advisor? So it turns out one of the questions that they asked in the Internova Group study was, what would make you more likely to use a travel advisor? So this is two key things to keep in mind. The first is they really like cool amenities. And the number one thing they ask for is free breakfast. Complimentary breakfast is something that could change the tide and make them go with a travel advisor. The second thing that came up was free room grades. So we've laid down our foundation. We know that travel advisors excel at complex bookings. That's really our specialty area. And we know that the pandemic has made booking travel a complete headache, and it's more complicated than it's ever been. And we know from studies that nearly half of our former DIY travelers are now open to using travel advisors as a result of the pandemic. So that is our first takeaway. And let's build off that because we have pent-up demand. We have travel advisors that more travel advisors than ever that are willing to work with a travel advisor. We have more travelers than ever that are looking to work with a travel advisor. So what does it look like on the industry side of things? Because we can't ignore the fact that companies made huge slashes and cuts during the pandemic. So do we even have the workforce to handle this pent-up demand? And that brings me to slide 2. Come on. Yeah. All right. So that brings me to slide 2, that there is lots of movement in the industry, but people are staying. So I don't think that we're going to end up with a staff shortage. So many travel companies drastically reduced their employees to survive the pandemic. But remember what we said earlier, that the host agency world is very different. That's the way everyone, like the vast majority of new advisors are coming in. And the difference is you're not an employee. You're not employed at the whim of someone else. So you can't fire, well, you could fire yourself. I wouldn't recommend it. But the reality is that you are in charge of your own destiny. So the big question we need to be looking at really is, when this pandemic hit, did we lose a whole generation of hosted travel advisors that had to close up shop because no money was coming in? And how do you even find that information? Well, as you can guess, I was able to find that information somewhere, and it was through HAR's annual surveys. So we're going to put a link in the comments if you want to dig deeper into some of our surveys. They're fantastic information. Yeah, if you've never checked them out, please take a look at them. There's an immense amount of data that's very, very helpful. So here's why, though, from our surveys. This is why I don't think we had a mass exodus of hosted advisors during the pandemic. Because in 2020, when travel was literally at a standstill, we surveyed hosted advisors about whether they planned to leave the industry. So many of you took that survey, and you had to take on second jobs. You had to adjust some of your agency hours. Maybe you cut not just the hours it was open, but maybe some of your staff, you reduced their hours a little bit. But by and large, when we asked if you were going to come back to travel full time again, once things picked up, only 9% of survey respondents gave a flat out no. So some did say that they weren't sure, but 73, almost three quarters of respondents said that yes, they are going to be back. So we also pulled some interesting data on the movement. This is worth mentioning too. We also pulled some interesting data on the movement that happened at the beginning of the pandemic and kind of as the pandemic went on. So when it is this like once in a lifetime opportunity where there's no bookings on the books for pretty much most travel advisors. There's plenty of time of research. There's a lot of pressure to reduce costs and figure out savings. So there was tons of movement of host agencies. And part of our survey, we did ask hosted advisors if they switched host agencies in 2020 during the pandemic, and 10% of agencies did, which is huge. And we don't have exact numbers on this, but there was also a lot of agencies, more agencies than normal, that were like mid-size agencies, small to mid-size agencies, but they were independently accredited before the pandemic. And when the pandemic came, when they were looking at cost-saving measures and they wanted to get higher commissions still, they ended up giving up their accreditation, going underneath a host agency. And one of the questions that remains unanswered with that particular subset is, are they going to stay with host agencies after the pandemic when their sales pick up? Or will they go back to getting their own accreditation? And it's, I very much lean towards that the majority of those previously accredited agencies are going to stay with host agencies because you're getting the higher commissions, you're getting the back end support. There's probably quite a few cost savings, especially if you're having to file ARC reports and do other back office accounting things. So it's my belief that they're going to stay with hosted advisors once they've got a taste of it. But that's just one piece of the puzzle, because we have a relatively intact workforce within the hosted advisor community that can help meet up this pent up demand. So even if like the quarter of advisors that either answered, no, I'm not coming back, or I'm not quite sure, even if all of those left, I have got good news for you, because there is major growth that has been happening in the host agency channel. And we'll talk about what we've been seeing there as soon as I figure out how to turn this slide. Yeah, okay. So major growth in the host agency channel in terms of people interested in a travel career and coming into it. Because the first thing that you need to understand is that host agencies are by far the number one way new travel advisors enter the industry. So as many of you have probably experienced this, so HAR plays a really important role in educating and helping prospective advisors we help them connect, like learn the industry and connect with different resources that are going to help them start and grow their agencies. So people find us very early on when they're exploring the possibility of entering the travel industry. And that puts us in a very unique position in the travel industry because we have access to data about what's coming down the pipeline in terms of interest in becoming a travel advisor and the growth of the hosted advisor channel, because we're able to reach them before anyone else. They don't even know host agencies exist at this point in time. So our site data is a little bit like a crystal ball that can help us give some insights into the future. So what have we been seeing? A lot of promising things. The first is that more people than ever are interested in a travel advisor career. And this is just not like fluff and, trying to make everyone feel warm and fuzzy, but this is actually based on data. So we get about 70,000 visits a month during our busy season, and that is a lot of people. And while we have many loyal, experienced advisors that check out har on a regular basis, many of you are tuned in today for that, so thank you. We also get a ton of visitors that are just exploring the industry. So here's what happens. Somebody gets a seed planted in their head that they think, like, maybe I want to become a travel advisor. So they go to Google and they ask something like, how much does a travel agent make? Or how does travel agents earn money? Things like that. And then a har article pulls up on that. And then they start going down the rabbit hole because, as many of you know, you may have gone down this rabbit hole yourself where you land on a har article, you're just wondering one question. There's a lot of interlinking and education that goes on. And before you know it, you've spent 2 hours learning somehow you're on like the accreditations article. So what we've been seeing in our analytics is that ever since the first vaccines started becoming widely available, which was just under a year ago, about 9 months ago. So I took data from that from about April 2021 to today, and then I compared that chunk of data to before the pandemic. And our traffic is up nearly 10% this year from that April 2021 to today. And that's impressive in itself that it's up 10%, considering that travel really hasn't taken off. We're doing better, but we've, fits and starts, and it isn't smooth yet. So 10% is really impressive. But what makes that even more incredible is when you factor in the fact that our traffic is very heavily influenced by the COVID outbreaks and variants that have happened the last 9 months. So even though our traffic is up 10% more than ever during these last 9 months, during those last 9 months, there was also Omicron and Delta that happened. So when Delta hit, for like a month and a half, our traffic went down. When Omicron hit, our traffic went down almost immediately after it hit the United States, and now it's starting to come back up. So even with those drops, seeing a 10% increase in traffic than we did before the pandemic tells me that there's a lot of people thinking about a career change to becoming a travel advisor. So that's our next takeaway. More people than ever want to become a travel advisor. And so with that means that there's going to be a surge of new travel advisors bringing an immense amount of sales, new sales, to the travel agency distribution channel. And because we know that most new advisors, upwards of 90%, go through a host agency, those sales are going to be coming in through the host agency channel. And through our 7-day setup program, we also were able to pull some data to add some insights. And if you're not familiar with the 7-day setup program, that helps people start their agency. So we ask them a survey when they go at the very end of it. And there's been about 12,000 advisors that go through our program so far. And of the ones that filled out our survey at the end, we know that it's been very steady through the past 4-ish years that we've had the program. We know that we've seen very steady stats that over 40% of advisors that go through the program end up going with a host agency. And when I've talked to host agencies this past year, there's quite a few of them that have told me that this is the best year, their record year. They've sent out a record number of travel advisors this year, which is really exciting. And I'm sure you'll hear that during some of our get to know a host interviews. So it tells me that people are we're not just seeing traffic on our site where people are wondering about a travel advisor career, but they're also following through with it. They're taking our 7-day setup and they're choosing a host agency and they're going that route. So host agencies are going to lead the recovery whenever that school bell rings and we all get to go to recess. So that's super exciting. And I know there's a lot of hosts in the comments, so I'd love to hear if you wouldn't mind sharing your experience in regards to the number of inquiries of new advisors. Is the data that I'm showing matching up with what you're seeing? And there's something else that's very interesting about this group of people looking to enter our industry, and that's that they're younger than they ever have been before. So hold on just a second. It's difficult to talk for so long without having water. Now, what were we talking about? Okay. Asking the host agency, is their data, is my data and what we're seeing matching up with what you're seeing on the ground? So this group, though, of people that are now interested in starting their agency, what we've seen is really unique. I'm going to change my slide, and this is the only graph we're going to go through. But what's interesting about it is what's interesting about it is that during the pandemic, we saw a huge jump in interest from 18 to 24-year-olds. So you can see on this screen here that let me get my, that the 18 to 24-year-old range right here, that after the vaccine's available, they over doubled the amount that were visiting the site that came from 18 to 24-year-olds. So before the pandemic, we've never in the 10-year history of the site, it's been very steady in terms of our age demographics. There's never big jumps one way or the other. But for some reason, after the vaccines became available, there's been a lot of interest from young people. So I'm not sure why. I would love to know if they're signing on with hosts. I think it's transferring over, and I think they're signing on with hosts. And one of the reasons I say that is because a huge percentage of the people that finished our 7-day setup and go on to join hosts, I pulled some data from that since the vaccines became available. And the people that filled it out, one of the things we ask for is their year of birth. And they're much younger than what we'd been seeing during any other period prior to that. So again, I'd love to hear from any hosts in the comments on if this is matching what you're seeing at your agency. Are you getting a lot of inquiries from younger advisors? And are they converting? And this data is really key because it's telling us that a younger, more tech-savvy generation has interest in becoming a travel advisor, and they never have before. And so they're a generation that really knows how to use social media to influence their peers and create a brand. And it's a group that we as an industry, if there's this huge chunk of them ready to start a career in travel, we need to pay attention to them and support them and make sure that we're nurturing them. And then, a lot of the things that have happened the last 22 months have been unprecedented. It really has been. And I get that. The problem is, I don't know about you, but I never want to hear the word unprecedented again. That and pivot do it for me. Is anyone else here with me? Go ahead and let me know in the comments if you're over unprecedented or pivot, or if there's another word that you never want to hear again. Because I already feel lonely enough from the pandemic. I don't want to be alone in my hate for the word unprecedented. But, really the only time I want to hear the word unprecedented, again, is if someone's telling me that the number of consumers that are turning towards travel advisors and booking with travel advisors is unprecedented. Then I could stomach, and then I would be really happy to hear the word unprecedented. So I wanted to take this opportunity while I had a captive audience to go ahead and take this opportunity to do kind of a PSA. So take your screenshots now, because I'm going to be taking this down shortly. But this is a very useful slide whenever someone says that word to you. So say you get an email from someone saying that due to an unprecedented supply chain issue, you're not going to get your unicorn hat in time. Irritating. So you can send them over this screenshot, this helpful guide with some synonyms that they could use instead of the verb which shall not be named. So honestly, I think that might be the most important slide of the week for all of us to remember. Let's see. I'm gonna close this out. There's just so many tabs open, everyone. All right, there we go. Um, so I'm going to close this out, but I wanted to go ahead and wrap this up in kind of a pretty little bow for everyone. So if you remember when we first started, I told you I wanted you to walk away from this keynote feeling uplifted and being able to see the forest through the trees. We're stuck in the classroom right now, but as soon as recess comes, everything's going to explode. So while this kind of pandemic has knocked our industry on its butts and we have not recovered, there are many promising signals when it comes to the doors finally being open and being let out to recess. And that hosted advisors are not just going to go back to their status quo sales, but because of the pent up demand and the loads of former DIYers that are looking to use a travel advisor, the hosted advisor sales will not just be status quo, they're going to skyrocket far past what they were previously. And I said to you that I wanted you to be excited for 2022 and to be able to look at that nasty coronavirus from another angle. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship. It decimated our industry. It made our books look terrible for a few years. But it's also made traveling 100 times more complex. And that, my friends, is where you shine. So while no one likes COVID, it's important to recognize that the pandemic has really set things in motions that are driving the traveling public to take a second look at using a travel advisor. And again, it hasn't happened on this grand of a scale since the internet came around. This is a real opportunity for us. And I shared some data with you about the increased interest in becoming a travel advisor, especially with younger generations. So, not only is there an increased interest in using travel advisors, we've seen an increase in people wanting to become travel advisors. So, those are the three reasons why I am all in for 2022 and firmly believe that the hosted advisor, that's you, are not only going to lead the recovery, but also going to explode in growth. So mark my words, hosted advisors will continue to lead the travel agency distribution channel in sales. We just need that recess bell to ring. So thank you. Okay, out of keynote mode, back into MC mode. So welcome. We are thrilled to have you here for Host Week. We have so much fun in store for you today. So we're going to take a quick break before we jump into our Get to Know a Host segment. And that is when April will be interviewing. We have Outside Agent Link, Nexion Travel Group, Travel Leaders Market Square, Travel Quest Network, and Departure Lounge. So go ahead, leave the stream running and get a bite to eat, check your emails, whatever you need to do. All you need to really do then is go ahead and listen for some upbeat music in the background. And that means you'll want to hop back over to our tab because we'll be starting the next segment in 30 seconds. Thank you so much for spending time with us this week, and we'll see you soon. Well, welcome back. Hello, hello. If you are just jumping on, welcome to Host Week. This is the week where we celebrate hosted advisors and the industry that supports them. I am Steph Lee. I am the founder of Host Agency Reviews. I'm also your MC for the event, so we're going to be seeing each other a lot. And right now, you have popped into our Get to Know a Host segment. So what exactly is that? This is the place where you're able to hear from a variety of different host agency reps all about their company culture and their programs. So there are about 25 hosts that we have this week lined up for you. And it's a fantastic opportunity to hear from them and compare a bunch of different host agencies at one time. So what we want you to do, we're going to encourage you to go ahead and interact in the comments. So don't be shy, introduce yourself. If you're new to the industry, and even if it's not a question about the host, as I mentioned earlier, the whole har team is going to be in the comments. So don't be afraid, to chat and ask people's opinions. The host agencies will have reps that will be in the comments that can answer your questions right away. And they might even have some of their agents in their network in the comments that can share their experiences with you too. So heading up this whole segment is April from our team. And here's the layout. So we ask every host agency the exact same questions. So they're going to be your stereotypical questions that help you learn about their programs. But in true har fashion, we've also whipped up some less traditional questions that can help you give a feel and kind of a peek behind about the company's culture and their philosophies. Now, who do we have on docket for today to help us kick off Host Week? We have Outside Agent Link, Nexion Travel Group, Travel Leaders Market Square, Travel Quest Network, and Departure Lounge. So breaking that down with Outside Agent Links, they are a Travel Leaders Network host agency, and we'll be interviewing Chrissy Harmon, who's their director. And then we also have Wendy Graziano and Caitlan Okamura, the sales managers from Nexion Travel Group out of Texas, joining us today. And then from there, we're going to move on, and we have Ted Blank, the host agency manager at Travel Leaders Market Square, which is honestly just like 15 minutes this way from har's headquarters. So it's very exciting to see them on here. And then we will pass over the baton to Joshua Harrell, the CMO at Travel Quest Network, which is part of the World Via Travel Group and also part of Travel Leaders Network. And then last, but of course not least, we have Keith Walden, who is the founder and director of the Texas-based Virtuoso host agency, Departure Lounge. So now that I've laid out all those names and travel agencies, let's break into these interviews so that you can get to know them a little better, so it doesn't just sound like a bunch of names and companies thrown at you. Let's get going. Off to you, April.
Hey everyone, welcome to Host Week. I'm sitting down with Chrissy Harmon from Outside Agent Link. Hey Chrissy, how are you?
I'm good, April. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for being here and sitting with us to talk all things Outside Agent Link.
Well, thank you for inviting us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a bunch of questions. We have a fun question, and we'll get to your special at the end. So let's jump right into it.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. So I would love to know what Outside Agent Link has been up to this past year.
Well, I have to tell you that in our opinion, travel is back. So Outside Agent Link, is definitely on the upswing of this whole coronavirus. And now, mind you, there have been their ups and their downs, but the encouraging news is that sales are up, which means advisors are earning commission and big commissions too. I'm getting ready to pay out. We're getting ready to pay out next month the highest commission in the last 2 years, and I won't tell you the amount, but I will tell you that it's 6 figures. So I'm pretty proud of that.
That's awesome.
In addition, the traveling public is actively seeking the use of a travel advisor right now. So many people, booked online through travel agencies, and were stuck and had no one to contact or to advocate for them. So we're seeing a huge resurgence in the role of a travel advisor, and we're now being highly regarded as travel experts. And that's what the travel community wants now more than ever.
I love hearing all that news in the commission. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so exciting. So that's so great.
I'm super excited too.
So kind of staying on the same track of learning more about Outside Agent Link, I'd love to hear what makes Outside Agent Link unique.
Okay, well, we kind of refer to ourselves as OAL. So if that pops in, I don't mean anything by it, but but Outside Agent Link, we're more of a boutique host agency, meaning that our goal is not to be the biggest fish in the host agency pond, but to concentrate on educating and supporting our advisors in a family-oriented fashion. Aside from a business relationship, we strive to establish a personal relationship with our advisors, which has led to a retention rate of 95% of our advisors.
Wow.
Yeah. In addition, all of our support team are actual travel agents who sell travel and actually travel. I took a group personally to Greece in September, and I have lots of knowledge from that traveling, in a COVID world. And I took 48 people with me. So we do travel. And we all have special niches and personal experience, which that makes us an invaluable resource for ICs.
That's so great to hear. And I love that you have everybody is travel advisors. I mean, that's really important because knowing the industry and boots on the ground and understanding what everybody is going through is super important. So that's super unique, I will say.
Thank you.
So let's talk about travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that you would relate to Outside Agent Link travel advisors.
Well, these are my 3E mantra. Okay, you ready?
Okay, I like it.
Enthusiastic, entrepreneurial, and eager.
Ooh, I like that. I like the eager too. I just feel like I can envision your travel
Go
advisors.
get it, right?
Yeah, jumping for it. We're ready. I like that.
And of course, the enthusiasm. We want people to be excited. I mean, we're super excited. Maybe we're a little bit over the top excited sometimes. I'm, kind of controlling myself right now. And of course, we want them to be entrepreneurial, and be able to envision their business and see the growth within themselves and what the potential is for this business. I mean, it's huge and it's endless. You can do as little or as much as you want.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And don't worry, because we at har are pretty enthusiastic too. So
I know, and I love that about
totally
you guys.
understand that. So let's learn more about what you have going on in 2022.
Okay, so we've got some big news in 2022. We are rebranding our name to incorporate that our agency is not just your standard brick and mortar storefront agency with a host division, but between our consortia, our storefront, our host division, and of course our advisors, we are truly a network of professionals on every level. And again, I can't emphasize the fact enough that we are a travel family. And with that rebranding, we're going to be launching a brand new website soon. This is a fruit of my labor, I have to admit. I'm super excited for it. It's going to have a nice, crisp feel to it, a nice look, new enhancements for our ICs. But right now we're just waiting for it to get launched, and because I'm about to burst at the seams for it to actually be live.
That's so exciting. Rebrands are not easy. So if anybody has never gone through a rebrand, they are time consuming, and you really do put your blood, sweat, and tears into it. So I'm so excited for you, because once you get there, it's just finally, look at this. I love it. So I can't wait for you to show it to the world.
Thank you. I am so excited about it. I really am. This project it is a beast. I'm not going to lie. It's not easy, because you'd be surprised how much you have to really do to change everything. But it's going to be just gorgeous once it's done.
That's exciting. So let's talk about the new travel advisor. I'd love to hear a tip that you would give a new travel advisor.
My tip for a new travel advisor is be proactive and not reactive. There are many protocols right now, and sometimes these change daily. Staying on top of your client's travel plans and advise your client immediately is absolutely crucial. And in the end, what that does is it solidifies the relationship between you and your customer. And it makes they value you. And I can't begin to tell you, the agents in our office, how many gifts they've gotten this year because of their customers that have come back and said, oh my gosh, my trip was fantastic. Thank you for taking care of this and helping me with this and doing this for me and making sure that I had the correct protocols to enter the country and to come back to the United States. And they really looked out for that. And because and that's what we do. We want to just make sure that we have to cover all of the bases and make sure that the customer knows. And you have to do the research. And I know it's a different world, and we do have to watch out. We have to read what's new, and there's a lot more involved as opposed to the way things used to be. But well, now we've got our hands wrapped around it. We know what we're doing, and the worst thing that could ever happen is for a client to find out something has changed, and they bring it to your attention. So that's why I always say to be proactive, follow through on the booking, double check all the protocols, and then make sure you talk to your customer and let them know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's great advice just in general, but I mean, especially now. So absolutely great advice. So we have a fun question because again, we at har are very enthusiastic and love doing fun stuff. So if Outside Agent Link had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
Well, you can only imagine Outside Agent Link would have the good old fashioned toga party.
I love that.
But our motto would be Veni Vidi Vici, because I came, I saw, and I conquered. And the reason for that is because, in March of 2020, we came into the office, and there was just this huge upheaval in the whole industry. And so we didn't know what to do. We came in and we had started, working with everything, trying to figure out how to manipulate the refunds and the lift and shifts and all this kind of stuff that we'd never had to do before. And so then after we came in and figured that out, we saw what we needed to do. We needed to help our advisors adapt and persevere through this very challenging time. But we did it. And guess what? So now we have conquered. We have seen it through, navigated the world of travel, and are on our way to financial success again.
I love hearing that. And this is throwing it back. Whenever somebody says toga party, there was this like Saved by the Bell episode that I always think of, that they have a toga party. So that was the first thing that came to mind. But then when I kind of reeled myself back in, I can just imagine like grapes hanging from the ceiling and like people with like gold platters, like handing out food. So I love that. And I love the meaning behind all of it, how it just kind of shows the last two, like how your host agency has been the last 2 years. So that's a great answer. And I love hearing that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My flashback of a toga party, and you're probably too young for this, and anybody who's listening to this can probably relate. And then now I'm dating myself, is the movie Animal House, which was a riot.
So while people are watching, if you actually think of any more toga parties that you've seen, you can just throw that in the comment. Or, I mean, if you're Saved by the Bell team or Animal House team, throw it in there.
That's right.
We'll see at the end. We'll tally them up.
Right. That's awesome.
So, all right. So it's host week, and we love offering specials to everybody out there. So I hear Outside Agent Link has a special for us.
We do. We are offering 10% off all of our programs through February 28th of 2022.
That is great. I love that. So what we're going to do is now we're going to jump in the link, and we're going to jump in the comment and put a link to that special so everybody can go check it out. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for being here for Host Week. Truly appreciate your time.
Well, I appreciate it too, April. Thank you so much. All my best to the girls, and take care. And I hope everything goes well for you guys. Continued success in 2022, everybody.
You too. Looking forward to the rebrand.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Chrissy, for sharing more about Outside Agent Link. And thank you, April. So we'll go ahead and plug the link in for our Outside Agent Link, so you can check out their reviews and learn a little bit more about their program if you're interested. And again, please feel free to ask questions at any time in the comments. We'd love to hear if you've had experiences with Outside Agent Links, if you have questions about their program, if you have questions on, well, we may not be able to answer some philosophical questions, but feel free to throw anything in there. So let's move on to our next one. April, go ahead and take it away with Nexion.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Host Week. Super excited to be here with some of the ladies from Nexion Travel Group. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Ladies.
Hi, I'm Caitlan Okamura, the sales manager here with Nexion Travel Group. Happy to be here.
Great.
Hi, I'm Wendy Graziano, also sales manager at Nexion Travel Group. Super, super excited to be here for your host agency week. Thank you for having us.
No, we're so excited you could join us and talk more about Nexion Travel Group. I have some great questions to learn more about Nexion Travel Group. We do always do a fun question, so I'll ask that at the end, and then we'll talk about your host week special.
Sounds great.
Great. So let's jump right into it. So what's been happening at Nexion this last year?
Well, we had a lot going on in the past year. We introduced our Roadmap to Success program. It's really a comprehensive, tailored curriculum with a resource track that provides our members with access to a wealth of information, whether they are new, experienced travel advisors, if they're looking for any type of a particular piece of information. Each learning path in our roadmap covers how to book, where to book, product-specific resources, just a robust travel industry glossary, and even supplier partner webinars and recorded webinars. We also expanded our Veterans in Travel Scholarship Program to include military spouses, and we expanded our business development and education opportunities by offering a mixture of both live and virtual events, as well as a more robust FAM program too. So quite a number of things, but those are just a few.
I love that. And I love the second you said that you had a veterans program and it extends to their spouses. I mean, what a great idea and so unique. I haven't seen a lot of that. So that's amazing to hear that Nexion Travel Group has taken that extra step for our veterans and their families.
Yes, definitely.
So there's lots of host agencies out there, but we want to hear what makes Nexion Travel Group unique.
Oh my gosh, yes, definitely. We have several things that make us unique. And first, it's having the stability of Internova Travel Group, which is our multi-billion-dollar parent company. And that reinforces our financial stability, our expertise, and our buying power. Also, Nexion's multi-GDS offering, our graphical air booking platform, and our commissionable air contracts. And all of this provides us with the ability to support both leisure and corporate travel advisors, new and experienced advisors, and we also host small agencies or agencies that host other ICs too. And I would also add the depth of our training and education programs, our roadmap to success, our resource center, and just a variety of award-winning training and events as well.
That's amazing. There's a lot going on at Nexion that makes you unique. I love it.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the travel advisor. I'd love to hear 3 words that would be ideal for your perfect travel advisor for Nexion.
Gosh, our advisors, they are the best, and we're like one big family. But if I had to pick, I guess 3 words, I would say they are resilient, definitely, very, very passionate, and very committed to their businesses, our supplier partners, their colleagues, and their clients.
I love that. I love that word committed. I mean, that's just such a powerful word that you don't hear a lot. And it's so important, especially when you're an entrepreneur. So that was a great descriptive word. I love that.
Yeah.
So ladies, happy 2022. We would love to hear what you have going on this year at Nexion Travel Group.
Yep. So with Nexion, basically for 2022, we're offering an expansion of our business development and educational opportunities. And that's with actually a hybrid of both live and virtual events, including a marketing immersion FAM on board the AMA Christina, April 7th through the 14th. This is going to be our first educational program that we're actually going to be on board, the AMA Christina. So we're super excited about that. We will also continue to offer customized learning and resources through our Roadmap to Success program based on experience and specialties. And that has over 800 pieces of content, just to let you know, in that Roadmap to Success. Really cool project that we did during COVID. We're also offering our advisors enhanced specialty training to build their luxury, group business, marketing plans, and more. We're also planning to launch a more robust consumer lead generation program coming up this year, where we're going to be even sending even more opportunities to our advisors. And finally, we also offer a comprehensive suite of live and virtual business development program that also does include our boot camp, our essentials class, our weekly webinars, our regional events, and also Nexion Town.
Wow, you have a lot going on for 2022. How exciting. I love that you're going to be out there and getting together, your roadmap to success. I love the fact that you said based on experience. So it's not just one platform for everyone. It's really tailored. I mean, that sounds amazing. Yeah, that's so exciting.
We've got one for new agents. Yeah, we've got one for new agents and then also one for experienced. And it goes step by step by step. So you never feel lost at Nexion.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
So I know we have a variety of advisors watching, new and experienced, but I'd love to hear if you had one tip for a new advisor, what would that be?
One tip for the new advisor is to find the right host. And you want to start with a strong foundation and knowledge of the industry. And then you want to narrow it down and follow your passion. Pick an area of specialty that speaks to you, where you have access to people to help promote your business and stay connected with prospects, peers, and your host. And again, never forget your customer is your greatest asset. That would be my recommendation.
I love that. I love that your customer is your greatest asset. Great ending there.
Thank you.
So we've had plenty of business questions. So let's jump right into the fun question, right? So if your host agency had a theme party, what would it be and why?
Okay, so this is fun because we would be holding a theme party that is all about we are family. And at Nexion, we are one big family, and we all have mutual success due to the three-way partnership with our advisors, suppliers, and Nexion, of course. So that would be our theme.
I love that. I actually heard the We Are Family theme song play in my head the second you said that. So I hope that would be, as soon as people started walking in, that would be the song that would be on, right? I love that.
Me too.
And so it's host week, and for host week we love to offer specials, so I'd love to hear what Nexion Travel Group is offering for host week.
Yeah, so our host week special is going to be $50 off our activation fee for experienced member plans and our Next Start Lite program, and then $100 off if they're doing our Next Start program, the 4.5-month program for module 1. Those are going to be our show specials for you at Host Agency Reviews and your advisors.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for doing that.
You're
what
welcome.
A great special.
You're
we'll
welcome.
definitely be putting the link. Yeah, we'll definitely put the link in the comments. That way everybody can click on over and check it out. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate your time, and onward with Host Week.
Yes,
thank you so much for having us.
Thank you to Nexion for those generous specials. So it's great to hear about your program expanding the veteran scholarships to veteran spouses, because I had no idea that the challenge that veteran spouses faced with moving every few years until my sister married and her husband's in the Navy. And so thank you for that. And I also want to touch on, that was wonderful advice from Wendy to the new advisor about making sure that you find the best host agency for you. So she is totally on the same page with har, because today's blog of the day is actually tips on finding the best host agency for you. So we're going to put that link in the comments. If you haven't read that blog yet and gone through the worksheet, definitely do it. It can really help narrow down and help you figure out what you're looking for in a host. So I'd love to hear from those of you that are tuned in. What is the most important thing that you're looking for in a host? Is it the support? Is it the training? Is it the commissions? Is it important to you that they have dogs in the office? Because that's very important to me. So please go ahead and share that in the comments. What is most important to you and why? Because I think sometimes it can help other advisors to hear what other agencies are looking for and give them some ideas. So enough chitter chatter on my end. Let's kick the ball back over to April, who is in the studios with our next host, Travel Leaders Market Square.
Hello, Host Week. April here from Host Agency Reviews, and I am sitting down with Ted Blank from Travel Leaders Market Square. How are you, Ted?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
No, it's so exciting to have you here and be able to talk about everything that's going on with you and your company.
Sure. Happy to be here.
Great. So let's jump right into it.
Okay.
2022 just kicked off. So we'd like to know what's kind of gone on in the past year for you.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been the best year for travel. I think we can all acknowledge that. But, the good news is it's given us a little bit of time to take a look at everything we do in our host agency and really focus in on the things that add the most value to our independent travel advisors. And so one of the things we're super excited about is that we've completely revamped our program for new to the industry advisors. We work with the Travel Leaders of Tomorrow program and offer a great training program for people to learn kind of those technical skills you need to have in order to sell travel. But then we've added a new mentorship program. And so the mentorship program is a 6-month program. It's with myself and one of our other leaders here in the company. And between us, we have about probably 40 some years of experience in the travel industry, selling very, very different products, focusing on different customers. And we've really put together kind of a personalized approach so that we can, customize it and do what's best for each individual advisor rather than kind of a one-size-fits-all program. So we launched that in right at the end of 2020, and the folks who have gone through it have been really, really successful. So that's something we've been pretty excited about, and we're excited to talk about here at her Host Week review. Host Week.
With host agency reviews. It's a lot. Try saying it 5 times fast.
Yeah, it's early in the morning too. We haven't had our coffee.
No, well, that's amazing. I love, I think it's just so important to have a mentorship program and being able to have a one-on-one with people. I've said it before, having those programs in place for advisors to have somebody else to talk to is so important. So it's amazing that you offer that.
Yeah, it is. And, especially when you're new to the industry, but even if you've been around for a long time, things change and it's good to keep up. But I think it's also just good to have that, have that friend in the industry that, you can pick up the phone and call if you have any kind of a question. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. So I'd love to hear what makes Travel Leaders Market Square unique.
Sure. So we're different than a lot of host agencies in that we're a hybrid company. We have both a retail travel agency, so we have employees who sell both leisure and corporate travel, and then we have a host agency. And so there's a lot of cross-fertilization that happens in an environment like that some of the pure host agencies aren't able to offer. And probably the biggest advantage to our advisors is that they have the opportunity to work very closely with our preferred supplier partners. And, it's amazing to me when I go to industry events and talk to folks, our advisors know the local sales reps on a first name basis. Their phone calls get answered right away. And, that's something that's really important. And especially in the last 2 years, even the best of suppliers have had hiccups along the way, and having that personal relationship with the supplier really is a critical piece of success. And that's kind of what we do. We really are a boutique agency. We don't have thousands of agents, and so we really offer very personalized, individualized attention, and it helps those individuals in our independent contractor pool do really well.
That's great. And you're right. The relationship with the suppliers is so important. So to be able to have that kind of one-on-one and relationship is great. So, great point there.
Yeah. And it's amazing the opportunities that arise just from having those relationships. And that's something, if you're new to the industry, maybe you don't understand because you haven't been part of it, but it's a small industry and we all know each other. And that is really important for your success.
Absolutely. So it's Host Week. So we're talking travel advisors, and I'd love to know 3 words that would describe your ideal travel advisor.
So that's a really good question because you could take it in so many different directions. But the 3 I came up with, the first one is curious. I really think the ideal travel advisor and the successful travel advisor has to have a permanent curiosity. They have to be lifelong learners. And all the stuff that, I learned 5 years ago and 10 years ago in travel, I've had to learn it again. I've had to learn about new destinations. And if I wasn't curious about it, if I wasn't committed to that lifelong learning, I would have been left in the dust a long time ago. So that curiosity and seeking out proactively the knowledge and the information you need to be successful is probably number one. Number two is really to be passionate about the industry and to be passionate about your clients. And I think especially in the last 2 years with COVID, it's been a tough time for the industry. It's been a tough time for people financially. And if you don't have that passion, you're not going to have the resilience to get through the tough times. And so having that passion, it's great in the best of times, but it's really important when things aren't going well. And finally, I think it's important that travel advisors be professionals. This is a profession. And whether you're working in the industry on a part-time basis and you're brand new, whether you're working on a full-time basis and you've been doing this for a long time, we offer really important professional services to our clients. And it's really important that our advisors treat this as a business and treat this as a profession. And so I think the advisors who are curious, who are passionate, and who are professional are the ones who are going to do best in the industry.
That's great. Great. Three great descriptive words there. So, hey, happy 2022. So I'd love to hear kind of what's going on with Travel Leaders Market Square for 2022.
Yeah. So one of the things we also launched in 2021 is a new leads program. And that's a program where we provide leads to our independent advisors. And it's something we had kind of kicked around for years before the pandemic, and really the time was right to try it. And we have just been so thrilled at how well that has gone. And, our advisors specialize in different things. We have some who specialize in Disney vacations. We have some who specialize in cruises, some who might specialize in, destination weddings and honeymoons. And we've been able to provide them with a new stream of quality leads that can help them grow their business. Again, whether they're new to the industry or, experienced and established. And it's so fun to see these leads come in. And then, a couple of weeks later, you see the booking was made and you see sometimes that, the lead was, let's say the lead was for Jamaica and they end up going to St. Lucia or something like that. So we're seeing our advisors bring their expertise to bear and they're closing these leads. So it's been a really good program for us. It's been a really good program for our advisors. So we're really thrilled about that here in 2022. Probably the other thing that we've done is we've been working with our independent advisors on helping them set goals for their business. And that's something that's really tough when you work independently. If you work for a big company, you've got somebody who does a review for you every year, and you have goals and things like that. But when you're working independently, you don't have that. So we've been doing some informational sessions, some training sessions about that. We have our mentorship program, which is a great way to do that. But we've really been working with our advisors to help them focus on a couple concrete goals for 2022 so that they leverage this year and in 2023 or 2024 are going to be even more successful.
That's great. I love that you're kind of looking towards the future and really kind of building your travel advisors up with that. So wonderful. So it's Host Week. We have plenty of advisors out there that are watching this, some new, some experienced, but let's focus on the new agent. What tip would you give to a new advisor?
So I was a new independent advisor once. That was I guess in 2016, I actually entered the travel industry. So I was a new advisor, and I started with Travel Leaders Market Square. And I actually got two pieces of really, really good advice. One of which I followed right from the beginning. And the other one, it took me about a year to finally hit my stride on. But the first one is to really specialize. And that's different than it maybe was 15 or 20 years for people coming into the industry, but it's really important to specialize. And that specialization can be a destination. It can be a specific supplier or two, or it can be a specific type of client. But it's really important to come in with a specialization because that's what the market is looking for today.
Mhm.
The other piece, so I took that advice right from the beginning. The one that I didn't take right from the beginning, but should have, was to charge appropriate professional fees right from the get-go. And professional fees are a very important part of our industry today, whether we call them a plan-to-go fee or whether we call them a service fee. But it's hard, sometimes it's hard to teach that old dog new tricks. And April, you said you had a couple dogs, and, I'm sure sometimes you're like, come on, they could get that. And it's hard for us to learn something new midstream. And so I really encourage advisors to spend some time before they book their first trip and be really clear on those service fees, because it's going to be part of your income stream for forever, and doing well charging them is important. So specialize and start to charge fees right from the beginning.
No, absolutely. I mean, having that niche and knowing what you'll be doing and really being able to advise your clients on specific things is so important. And you're right, the fees. And I think you kind of hit it on the head when you said start right off the bat, because then you're not going to tell clients that you've had that, oh, I charge fees now. So to start right at the get-go, I think that's great advice.
Yeah, and you learn how to do it, right? Your mind works that way, and it's just a natural part of how you do things rather than trying to teach yourself a new trick 2 years in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, gosh, we're charged fees everywhere else.
Yeah, I know. I went to the bank, and I'm like, wow, that was a high ATM fee.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's have a fun question. Let's put the business aside and let's get into Har's fun question. If Travel Leaders Market Square had a company party, what would the theme be and why?
So our company party would be a Hawaiian luau. And the reason for that, and I think it'd be really fun, especially, if we did it like in Minnesota in the middle of the winter, have a Hawaiian luau theme. And I don't know how you'd ever roast a pig in the frozen ground, but we'd figure
it's funny because that was the first thing that popped in my head was the frozen pig, and then like fire, like people just spinning fire. Like that's what popped in my head as soon as you said it. And then you threw in Minnesota, and I'm like, this makes it so much better.
Have you ever had poi?
No, I have not.
Oh, it's not good. It's not good. I don't understand.
Okay. I was like, oh, should I?
We would not serve poi at our Hawaiian luau, but we'd have plenty of fruity drinks and pineapple.
Oh, yeah.
But the reason for that is because we have a one of our values as a company, and I mentioned that we're a hybrid agency, right? So we have hosted agents and employed agents. But there's a word in Hawaiian called ohana, and ohana means a spirit of family. And that's something that's really core to our agency and to everyone who either works here or is affiliated with us, that we're part of a big family. And so having a Hawaiian luau where we'd have that spirit of ohana coming to life would be our company party. We'd have a great time doing it. And the nice thing about being part of a family is we've got each other's backs. So if the dancing gets out of hand, we'll have somebody there to make sure that nothing bad happens. But Hawaiian luau with a big spirit of ohana.
I love that. I love that word. I love the meaning. That was a great answer. So with Host Week, we offer Host Week specials. So I'd love to hear more about your special.
Yeah, so we're offering a special. It's $75 off our startup fees for our program, and that can be applied for both an individual or a new to the industry advisor or a existing advisor. And if you're new to the industry and you want to do our training and mentorship program, we'll apply that discount to that as well. So we're actually offering that until the end of February of 2022.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for doing that. And we'll put that link in the comments so everybody can get right to it and check it out. Well, perfect. Ted, thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate your time and learning more about Travel Leaders Market Square. And this is wonderful. Thank you. And onward with Host Week.
Exactly. Looking forward to seeing some more great content on Host Week. Thanks.
Well, how about that? $75 off the program. Gracias, Ted. Thank you. And looking forward to the invite to your Minnesota winter luau. Should be very, very fun. Now, Ted brought up the point about professional fees and that he wished that was something he was learned. So I want to touch on that. If you are nervous about charging fees, we're going to be putting some links in the comments for you. This is definitely something you should think about, whether you're new or experienced. make sure to sit down and actually think about the fee structure if this is something you want and if this is a good idea for your business. So the first link we'll put out is a link to our fee surveys, and that's so you can get an idea of what people are charging and that you can have a solid data to make the right decision for you. Because sometimes people feel like, well, no one else is charging. But if you see that like 60% of advisors charge some type of fee, maybe that changes your mind. Or if you can see that advisors in your area, as a general rule, will charge $30 for airline tickets, that makes you feel a lot more confident about charging that. So that's one link we're going to put in the comments to the fee surveys. And then the other one I want to is this resource is really going to be helpful for you on your fee journey, whether you're charging them already or not. And that's our guide on charging fees. So there's a lot of great tips in there. And I think especially for experienced advisors that may be kind of rethinking their fee structure, there's advice from over 150 advisors in there on charging fees and things they wish they would have done, how they're doing it. So it's a freaking gem of an article, and we will put that in there for you. But enough on fee charging. Let's go ahead and move to our next host. April is sitting in the wings with Joshua from Travel Quest Network. So take it away, April.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for Host Week. I am sitting here with Joshua Harrell from Travel Quest Network World Via. Hey, Joshua, how are you?
I am so well and so happy to be here with you, April. I've been looking forward to doing this with you.
I'm so excited to have you and here and talking about Travel Quest Network and learning more. So I have a bunch of questions for you. I'd love to jump right in.
I love it. I love a good interview.
Awesome. Here we go. Fingers crossed it's a good interview. So here we go. First question. We want to hear what Travel Quest Network World Via has been up to the past year.
Oh my gosh, what have we not been up to? There's, a little pandemic thing that we've all been managing the crisis there. You might want to Google that one just to find out more. I am very happy to say that navigating choppy waters, all of the host agencies and all of our travel entrepreneurs have had to do that. But part of some of those adversities, it really springs a lot of innovation and focus and kind of a reevaluation time, right? So what we've been up to, and our members know this, is building a whole new system of marketing tools, our marketing suite, which includes even a design studio, an email platform, and some really great content, consumer events that are exclusive to Travel Quest Network. So we've been working on some of those things from a marketing perspective. And then from a technology standpoint, we have been building, I want to say it is the business platform to run your travel business on. I mean, this is, and it's not done yet, so I do need to clarify that. I'm just saying, when you work on projects like this, you need a little time to take stock and say, you don't jump into those things with both feet and just say, let's figure it out as we go. We really used this last year to navigate the waters of the crisis, have a killer year in sales, which still blows my mind. I say this a lot. Walt Disney was known for saying that when you're in a meeting, always try to plus something. How do you take something and plus it? I feel like we are plussing all over the place. So I would say it's been a very, very busy year, but it's also been a very challenging year with a lot of rewards still wrapped up in there. So some great success stories, which has been very, very inspiring. And hey, I wake up every day just so happy that I chose to be in this industry.
I love that. I love hearing how well you've been doing, and just hearing that people are coming back to travel and they're traveling. I mean, that's just so exciting, especially after, like you said, the years that we've had. So to hear that it's coming back and it's booming is great. So I would love to hear what makes Travel Quest Network unique.
Well, this right here. I'm telling you, I am wearing the loudest jacket possible. No, that is not what makes Travel Quest Network unique.
Are you sure though? Are you sure?
I don't know. I caught
I think it
myself
does.
and I was like, wow, you decided to really go there today with this with your color choice. So what really makes Travel Quest Network different? I mean, there are a lot of choices in host agencies, and I am very fortunate. I'm a part of the Professional Association of Travel Hosts, PATH, and that is, once I joined that group and got to meet my counterparts in the other host agencies, to really get to know their business as well as them getting to know ours, you could look around the room and you could see how each host agency has its own personality. The partner that you want to work with when you're starting your business, it needs to match up with you from a cultural personality perspective. So for us, it's all about the entrepreneur. I am a serial entrepreneur. Most of our leadership team have been serial entrepreneurs. We know what it takes to be an entrepreneur, and it is such an admirable, it's an admirable trait in a person who decides to go down the path of being an entrepreneur, because it's rough, it's tough, and it is so rewarding. The control that you have on your destiny is, most people who never ever even think about becoming an entrepreneur don't even realize the power of being an entrepreneur. And that is what I will always stand by in terms of our difference within the host agency space.
I love that. I love the partnership that you're talking about, and referring to them as entrepreneurs instead of just travel advisors. I love how you worded all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I clutch my pearls if someone says they're speaking to our independent travel professionals, and they say, you know, you as a travel agent. I'm like, I have mad respect for travel agents, but these people in this room, these are entrepreneurs. Let's make sure we're addressing them correctly.
So my next question, I almost made the mistake of saying TA, but I will nix that word out and say, I love to hear 3 words that best describe your ideal entrepreneur.
Well, first, see, this is, I haven't prepared this, so
That's okay.
there
Speaking
is,
from the
and I
heart
think
is what you're doing.
I think the word that I want to use, and it's going to evoke a song, and I promise that I'm not going to sing it, but the ideal entrepreneur, an ideal member for Travel Quest Network, they're brave. And I'm not talking about, you know, Game of Thrones brave, but they believe in themselves and they're ready to jump. I just did, you know, a couple of songs. That was a Madonna song. Jump was just a Madonna song. But I'm just saying that someone who is brave, they believe in themselves, and they're ready to take that step and say, you know what, I'm going to control my destiny. So I think being brave is at the core. Someone who is passionate about travel, and I'm talking, this is not, joining the travel industry is not just, it's not a get rich quick scheme at all. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm just saying, it's, you have to love travel and what travel provides people and the world. And that could be whether you are a corporate travel agent and how travel enables businesses to do more, to sell more, to reach more people. Two, then of course the leisure traveler, and I mean, gosh, just within travel, there's so many different niches. There's so many different categories that I get most inspired by meeting one of our members, and I ask them, you know, so what is your niche? What do you focus in on? And they'll say, one said to me recently, I focus on family travel with a member of the family being autistic. It dawned on me, like, that is a very specific niche. But the fact that I think her son has autism, the fact that she's so close to it, it is something that she is passionate about. So brave, passionate, and curiosity is, I'm going to say curiosity, but I'm also going to add adaptable resilience in there. I'm going to put those two together because I think the ideal travel entrepreneur for Travel Quest Network and just in general is you've got to have some curiosity. You've got to, that kind of goes with the bravery. You've got to look at things a little differently. You have to be willing to explore new ideas. And especially in the, again, going back to marketing changes from week to week. So you have to be kind of curious. You can't just stay in your set in your ways. And we definitely learned this through the pandemic because buying patterns changed. So if you weren't curious about that, then if you were just playing the same song you've been playing, it wasn't going to work for you. So curiosity, but then that adaptability, resiliency needs to be there as well because there's going to be some severe high times. There are going to be occasional low times, and you've just got to persevere and again believe in yourself, and be brave and know that you made this choice to control your destiny.
No, I love that. So more about Travel Quest Network. We'd love to hear what you have coming up for 2022.
Okay, well, I kind of let the cat out of the bag with our technology. So I would say that is our biggest launch within 2022, and it's coming in phases. And the best way I can describe it, especially if you're new to the industry, you're probably not aware of this, but most travel businesses operate with a whole series of tools and technology all cobbled together, and we see that as the biggest opportunity for our members to win is if we can stop you from having to work in all these multiple tools and give you something made specifically for you as an independent travel professional. So that is coming up in phases through the year. The first part of that is in February. We've also, we're launching in February our Launching Your Travel Business the Right Way, which is a free course that anyone can join. You don't have to be a member of Travel Quest Network. Anyone can join because we want anyone who joins Travel Quest Network to really know the ins and outs of the business, what it's going to take. We'll get into mindset, all those things that I was just talking about with the entrepreneur and how to get the mind right. But we've put together a very comprehensive course in launching your travel business the right way. This is not the let me listen to a webinar for an hour and start my business. We're going to get down to the nitty gritty. How do you create a business plan? Why do you create a business plan? What is a marketing plan really? What is strategy? I mean, these are the details that we want to get into because we want to make sure that before you make a decision, whether you choose to join Travel Quest Network or another host agency, that you, again, are powered up. I think that's going to be our tagline, Travel Quest Network, powered up. I'm not in love with that one, so I'm going to workshop that a little bit. But very, very excited about that because the more empowered our members can be before they even make the decision to join us, the better. So very, very excited about that. We have a whole new structure for our recognition program for agents as they hit different milestones throughout their businesses journey. The business life journey, and a lot of companies only focus on the top 1% of their members. We know that there is a whole journey to getting to that very, very top. We want to recognize you. So I'm very, very proud that we've launched this new program for recognition. And then I can't tell you the marketing programs again. When we came back from the pandemic and really started looking at our business, we did not downsize at all for Travel Quest Network. We kept our team intact. But when we started to hire back, we hired in education, in marketing, so that really showed everyone that we are focused on, again, powering up our members. But tons of education content. We have our annual conference, Travel Quest World. That's in July. We have regional events all throughout the country because we're in all 50 states. So we need to get out there. So we take our show on the road. Let's see. And then the marketing vehicles that we have for our members are tremendous.
So I would love to hear one tip you would give a new entrepreneur entering this industry.
One tip.
Although you've given a lot of advice already, so now I'm like, hey, give us another one.
Well, you know what? I'm going to do two things. I'm going to say, one is if you are just getting started, remember why you got started. Write that down in your journal. I hope you journal. I'm a big proponent of journaling. But write down why you're doing it. Because throughout the process, as you're getting your business started, you're going to need to remind yourself, why did I think this was a good idea? Why did I want to do this? And that, again, that may sound hokey, but please write that down, because you will want to come back to that, and it's just extremely helpful. The second thing, and I was just speaking to a friend of mine about this, and so it's really friend of mine. Like I said, I have been a serial entrepreneur and a marketer for my entire adult life, and I have made so many mistakes, and some of my mistakes have been naming my company. So I came up with an exercise. I have an ebook out there about how to brand your agency, and you can get that over at travelquestnetwork.com. But I give an exercise that I hope everyone. You don't have to be a member of Travel Quest Network to do this. Just please do this. I want, when you're thinking about company names, write them all down. Have a couple ideas that you're playing with. But I want you to just do this exercise, close your eyes, and imagine yourself in your 80s. And you are in a ballroom at the Conrad in downtown New York. And you are going to get a Lifetime Achievement Award. And when they call your name, I want you to imagine them calling out your name and saying, and I'd like to invite to the stage Joshua Harrell, who is the founder of, and then put your company name, whatever you're testing out. Because I have named companies some really stupid names, and I would hate for them to be put on a PA speaker when I'm 80 years old. So just please do that exercise. And then the other thing is, before you make that final decision, write down your company name and pin it on your fridge and leave it up for a week. You don't have to show it to your family and friends. I mean, obviously everyone can give their opinions, but you need to get really intimate with that before you start setting up your legal entity and getting your EIN and all those different things that you have to do when you start a business. Just really take my advice and sit with it for a little bit.
So listen, this whole interview has been fun, but I have a fun question to ask. So if Travel Quest Network had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
Well,
it's a loaded question, clearly.
It is a loaded question, and I'm going to say we already have a themed party, and I think it sums us up very, very well. So at Travel Quest World, our annual conference, it's a huge event for us. But we always make sure that we have a very glamorous evening, because And you don't have to dress up. We just want to make sure that those who do can. And it is called Sequins and Fire. And that really comes down to, there's a little bit of backstory there, but it really comes down to our CEO, Jason Block, at one of our Travel Quest World events, was referring to team members who were on the stage. And it was a funny moment. He was talking about our founder and how fiery she was. And then he turned and he looked at me and he was like, well, and then this one's like the sequins guy. And it dawned on, and everybody laughed. Everybody had a great time with it. And I said, you know what? Sequins and Fire. That is going to be our themed event, our themed party.
Yeah. I know the people you're talking about, and I can completely see that. And I love that idea. And I expect for you to send me after this one of the costumes you wore, because I can just picture what you must have worn. It must have been amazing. So I'd love to see that.
Well, every year it's a different outfit. So like,
I know. I expect to see some pictures.
I feel like a celebrity. Like, oh, I've already worn that. I can't do that one again.
I'm with you. I don't blame you for doing that. So it's host week, and we love offering specials. And I hear Travel Quest Network has a special, so I'd love to hear more about it.
So we came up with a host week special. It is only available for host agency reviews, so no one can get this the rest of the year. It is a discount on our one-time activation fee. You can apply it to any of our 3 plans. So go over to Travel Quest Network, check out the plans, and then I think you're dropping a link in.
Yes, yes. We will make sure to put we'll put the link to the specials in the comments so everybody can get over and check that out. So yes, we will definitely do that. Joshua, it was a pleasure having you on. As always, love chatting with you and learning more about Travel Quest Network. We have a week filled of host agency fun, so let's continue on. Bye, Joshua. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Well, hot dang, Joshua. That is one amazing blazer. That is amazing lighting that you've got going on. And that was a super fun background with the colors changing. So lest you think that I was only paying attention to really superficial things and not actually paying attention to your content, thank you so much for that exclusive offer to Host Week attendees. Make sure to check out that offer and about 39 others by clicking on the link in the comments. So one last thing to mention before we move on to our next host, and that is that, Joshua, I am right there with April in that I want to see some pictures of your outfits during your Fire and Sequins event. So with that, we have one more host to go today. So let's head on over to the studios and see what April's got cooking with Departure Lounge. Take it away, April.
Hey everyone, April with Host Agency Reviews again. I'm sitting down with Keith Walden from Departure Lounge, and we're going to chat about Departure Lounge. Hey Keith, how are you?
I'm great, April. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Happy New Year.
We have Happy New Year. I know. I can't believe it's already going by really fast. Hopefully in a good trajectory this year. So
absolutely. I'm sure it'll be another surfboard ride, but we'll do our best to stay on the surfboard.
Right. So we have some great questions we want to talk about. We have a fun question. We have our host week special. So let's just dive right into it.
Okay.
Perfect. So we'd love to hear what Departure Lounge has been up to the last year.
Well, we've had a number of new developments. The first of 2021, we launched in Europe. So we have a growing team throughout the European Union and the UK to balance out our amazing team in North America. New booking platform that is modern and easy to use and incorporates all of our luxury preferred programs, from virtuoso rates to the 25 different branded programs that we have for luxury brands for hotels. It also pulls in commissionable airfares and as well as net fares globally. So it's a real game changer from a ease of booking standpoint. We're on GDS agency. We don't believe in using old technology. So this booking platform is going to be a great addition. And then this past year, we launched our own preferred program called Departure Lounge VIP, standing for Very Important Partner. It's a very exclusive preferred partner program where if we invite the partner in, they agree to pay us a 15% commission for the direct booking and give our clients the highest level of upgrade and perks that they offer anywhere. And so we're super selective on who we've invited in, but that program has really gotten off to an incredible start. So those are kind of three highlights. We've grown a lot in the number of advisors this past year. Brand new advisors just starting out, some rock star multi-million-dollar producers. So it's been the main thing we focus on is the cultural fit. We are a super nice group of people. We're known to be nice as our culture. We treat our partners with a lot of respect, and that's kind of what sets us apart. So we've had some fantastic new people that fit our culture join us this past year as well.
I love that. It's funny because I feel like my next question you answered kind of, but I'm going to ask it anyway in case you have more.
Okay.
I'd love to know what makes Departure Lounge unique.
I think we're modern, progressive. I would say our culture is really what sets us apart. There are a lot of amazing travel agencies and host agencies out there. We have a special bond between our advisors. There's a real sense of community, although we're now spread out through 2 continents. We've got a very active private Facebook group where advisors are helping each other day and night, what's going on, and also just blowing off steam and sharing their aggravations or what have. This morning, one of our advisors posted a really funny situation that was just the right thing at the right time, and we all had a big laugh about it. So we just got really nice people. They're also extremely well traveled. They're at the top of their game. They know what they're doing. They know luxury travel product extremely well, and they're willing to be helpful with each other. They treat our partners very well. So there's a special dynamic. But I would say, what sets us apart, we pay more than just about any compensation option at Departure Lounge is great. You can make good money as a travel advisor. We have all the bells and whistles if you want to sell luxury travel. We're really our focus and our lane, so to speak, is luxury leisure, and we stay in that lane. And that's where we have all of the advantages in the marketplace. So that, and we're known for modern technology and offerings and efficiencies. My focus as the owner is that all of my advisors are my bosses and I work for them. So every day I'm focused on doing things that will bring resources to the table to make their lives better, to help them make more money, to help them have a better life balance at home so that they don't go crazy. And so that's kind of my mentality, and that has worked well for me. We're 8.5 years old now, and I think that mentality has served me well and served the agency well.
I love how you put that you work for them. I mean, what a great way to kind of show your relationship with your advisors. I love that.
And I mean it. I mean, that's my whole mentality, because, that as a host agency, that's what we're set up to do. We are the resource and they are who we work for. And so when you have that mentality, then it really helps me focus on, what new programs and what new resources and what new efficiencies can I bring to the table, and, what policies do I need to have in place to protect our reputations and the way we do business. And so it does, if you have that perspective, it really helps from the management standpoint of an agency.
No, absolutely. So, it's the week of the travel advisor. So let's talk about that. My next question is going to be, what would be the 3 ideal words you would use to describe the perfect travel advisor for your company?
Upbeat, resilient, innovative. I think those, and that's off the cuff. I did not prepare those, but I think those, especially right now, because, it's just every day it's a different challenge with COVID restriction regulations and quarantines. And, we've had clients stranded in different parts of the world, clients test positive on the way, to the airport. And you just have to be resilient and try to keep a positive attitude. With that said, 2021 was the best year we've ever had. Our sales were 89% above 2019.
Wow.
And our sales in 2020 were only down 37%. So I have a very dynamic group of advisors that quickly pivoted in 2020 to focusing on what was safe inside of the United States to sell. And then as the borders open up, focusing on what was safe, and then going and doing that travel themselves, oftentimes dressed as astronauts to be completely safe. But, it kept our clients engaged, and it kept our clients traveling safely. And we have not had the rough years that many, I'd say 90% of agencies have had, and super thankful for that. And I give that credit to the team. It wasn't, masterful leadership. It was creative thinking shared amongst the team. And we took, we basically are a democracy and did the things that we thought were smart with the ideas that came from our own team. And it really helped us not have a disastrous couple of years. And it helped us have a remarkable 2021.
What's great about that is you mentioned team. So to me, I just envision them all talking together, and it wasn't, this is my idea, I'm keeping it to myself, and they really shared with each other. So, I mean, what a great team that sounds like.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's a remarkable group, and we got from 20 something to 70 somethings, and they all get along really well together. They all have a super spirit of kindness and helpfulness to each other, and they all bring different things to the table that are helpful to each other. It's been wonderful to see that through the years. It's what, after a long day, it's what makes me go to bed happy when I see that kind of helpfulness being demonstrated amongst the team. And it's made the difference in, especially new advisors, getting off the ground with their careers, to have that type of mentoring. We don't have a formalized mentoring program because all of our advisors are ICs. But we really have a good approach to mentoring where the entire team helps every advisor with what they need. We also have an accountability factor. We don't want we make them do some work and do their homework, but in general, it's an extraordinarily nurturing group, and I'm really proud of them.
That's great. So let's talk about this year. I mean, 2022 just started, and we'd love to hear what Departure Lounge has in store for this year.
Well, we're going to continue to grow both in North America and in Europe as far as the advisors, but at a careful pace. We really take the time to get to know an advisor before inviting them in. And we have both multi-million-dollar producers and brand new folks joining us right now, and we love both. We will continue to expand our new preferred program, Departure Lounge VIP, globally, because the first year of that was a huge success. So we'll continue carefully adding preferred suppliers into that program this year. And otherwise, we're going to continue to help each other finagle this unpredictable year ahead. It's gotten off with this Omicron wave that's called a headache during the holidays and January so far, but I feel very hopeful and positive about the year, especially considering the sales that were achieved by the team last year. I feel like in general, this wave of fun is going to produce a lot of people that have super immunity that are really, really ready to get out there and travel. So we're feeling very upbeat about 2022.
That's great. I love that outlook for 2022. It's getting me like a little ready to travel and getting itchy for it. So I can't wait. So we have experienced advisors and new advisors watching right now. But I'm going to ask a question just for new advisors. If you had to give one tip to a new advisor, what would that tip be?
This is an actual tip that I give every new advisor, that they join us or they're just talking to us and it's not the right fit. But I tell every new advisor to sit down and make two lists. One list is all the luxury leisure travelers that they have personal connections to. Anybody they think is a 4 or 5-star traveler on their leisure time, and put them on one list, and that's your prospective client list. And then make a separate list, which is what I call the ambassador list, which is all the people in your life that love you dearly, but they're not luxury travelers. Because they love you dearly and they have their own connections out there, if you access them and give and explain to them what you're doing and the type of traveler that you're looking for as a client, then those ambassadors can oftentimes give you great clients as well. So when you are ready to launch yourself as a new advisor, you need to access both those prospective clients and those ambassadors in your life to really have the most impact with your personal connections. And you'd be surprised how many people don't think to really engage the ambassadors. And you'd also be surprised about what kind of luxury business can be generated. It could be the person who cuts your hair or the pool service that you pay for to clean your pool. They want to help you. They want to help you in return. All you have to do is be very specific with them on what you're doing and who your target is, and they'll try their best to help you. It could be your Aunt Martha who loves you and thinks of you as her own child, and she knows people that would be the right target for what you're trying to sell. So I just start with that picture of who's your target, because if you have a hard time figuring out who your targets are, then that's a red flag, especially with luxury travel, because you have to have some trusted relationships with those households that are already traveling at that level to access, to kind of start off and when you're feathering your nest with your first clients.
Great. That's great info and great tips. I'm a list girl. So the second somebody says, make a list, I'm like, already a great tip.
Yeah, no, it's important.
Yeah. So we like to have fun at Host Agency Reviews. So I have a fun question for you. If your company had a themed party, what would the theme be and why?
Oh gosh. That's my nickname is Bubba, and so it would probably have a pretty strong element of what I'm known for, which is tequila and Southern hospitality. So I think that would probably be the key thing. Our team likes to have a good time together. So there would be a selection of margaritas and most likely a hill country setting in Texas for that. I don't know as far as otherwise if it would be a costume or any other kind of theme. Right now, it'd probably be a survival celebration, just because we've made it through these past 2 years and done well. So we don't need a theme to have a good time. We're just happy to be here and happy to be doing well.
It's funny when you were just kind of describing what it would be like. I really just had like this almost like very relaxed feeling. So I feel like whatever party you had would be a lot of fun and just very relaxed, and everything would just be okay. So I like that. I like that a lot.
We have an annual retreat. We have an annual retreat for our team in the fall of each year. And this past fall, we had our retreat in New Orleans at the New Virgin Hotel in New Orleans. Had 78 of our advisors attend, and that's kind of a party. I mean, it's extremely business-focused 3 days where we focus on best practices and try to have content for everybody, no matter if they're seasoned veterans or brand new. Lots of things that can take away and improve their business. But it's a very social time. We have a really good time together as well, along with some of our key partners. So my folks definitely know how to socialize and have a good time.
That's awesome. So again, Host Week, and we love to offer specials for Host Week as well. So I know you have a special. I'd love to hear more about it.
We're going to give a $200 discount off of our $500 onboarding fee. So if it's the right fit for a new advisor to join us, then for the Host Week, we'll give $200 off the onboarding fee.
I love that. Super generous. We'll make sure to put that link in the comments, so people can click and go check it out. And Keith, thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate you taking the time to chat with me and learning more about Departure Lounge.
Absolutely enjoyed it. Have a good day.
You as well. And we'll see everybody for the rest of the week. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yowzer Mousers, $200 off, $500 startup fee for Host Week attendees. We will put the link in the comments for Departures Lounge profile so that anyone, whether they're tequila lovers or not, that are interested in the Departure Lounge program can check it out. So this wraps up our Get to Know a Host section for the day, but we are not done for the day. We're going to take a break for just a second, stretch our legs. So go ahead, leave this tab open. You can leave the stream running, and we'll let you know when it's time to come back. You'll hear some cheery music, and that'll be your 30-second warning that we're about to get started. So see you shortly for our Supplier Love section. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting started a little bit early for our Supplier Love section because we had a lot more suppliers sending videos than we anticipated. So we got to squeeze them all in before our next section. We have been streaming since noon today, kicking off our second annual Host Week. If you're just joining us, we are so appreciative of everyone that has helped make this happen. Most importantly, the HAR team, April, Mary, myself, and Maureen, been working super hard last month or two to make sure that this comes together since we're doing everything in-house. We're also very thankful to our sponsors, Avoya Travel, Uniglobe Travel Center, Nexion Travel Group, and Levarte Travel, who has helped allowed us to be able to make this event free to the advisor community. So the idea with this segment, the Supplier Love segment, is just a time the hosted advisor community is a very specific channel for suppliers, and that is the fastest growing and the ones with the biggest returns. So they're very focused. They've been putting a lot of time and effort and resources into the hosted advisor community and making sure that you feel supported. So this is just a chance for some of the suppliers to reach out and tell you how much they appreciate you. I think what I'm going to do is just kind of roll all the tapes and we can take a look through them. So let's see what the suppliers have to say.
Hello, host agents. My name is Ana Diaz, Director of Sales for Barcelo Hotel Group, and with me is Mrs. Joy Kane. She's our Regional Sales Manager for the East Coast and the Midwest in the United States. Greetings from Barcelo Hotel Group. Our company has been serving the industry for over 90 years with 265 properties around the globe, performing the very best practices in the industry community today. Our company offers a variety of hotels and resorts to all kinds of travelers, from guests with a limited budget to travelers who seek exclusive luxury accommodations for all-inclusive, adults-only, brand new adults-only resorts, multi-generational family vacations, and with 4 amazing brands. We have the beautiful Royal Hideaway Luxury Hotels and Resorts, Barcelo Hotels and Resorts, all multi-generationals, Occidental Hotels and Resorts, and the beautiful Allegro Hotels.
That's right, Anna. And Barcelo recognizes your hard work and courage, host agents, to brave it through some of the most challenging times and continuing in the industry we all love. We remain positive that 2022 and beyond will be your best years yet, and we can't wait to get on that journey with you. We appreciate your support and loyalty through the years of our 4 brands, and for that we say gracias. As a token of our appreciation, we're offering a hotel stay for 2 persons to 1 lucky winner for 3 nights and 4 wonderful days at our beautiful Barcelo Huatulco. Visit our landing page on your portal for a chance to win.
And we want to show you more love by logging into our reward program at barceloprorewards.com. Let us honor your hard work with cash incentive, complimentary room nights, fan trips, and much more. We love you, host agents, for your resilience and your continued support for Barcelo Hotel Group. We say gracias.
Hello, IC community. My name is Eddie Mestre. I'm the Director of Sales of Uniworld Boutique River Cruises, and we wanted to thank you so much for your incredible partnership throughout the years. We greatly value your support, and we wouldn't be where we are in celebrating 46 years of service if it wasn't for all the incredible support of our RC community and advisors of host agencies. Thank you for choosing Uniworld when thinking about river cruising for your clients in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and also in South America. We are that all-inclusive experience for your clients where all the culinary would be included, which is that farm-to-table philosophy that we offer, the premium alcohol throughout the entire cruise, the excursions, the gratuities, and Wi-Fi throughout the entire fleet as well. And we have some great resources and tools for our advisors in the IC community. On our website, there's Uniworld University that goes over what's new and what's new in 2022 and 2023 as far as our itineraries, our ships. We also have our media gallery that would be available if you wanted to post any pictures or video on social media. We also have flyers that would be available to customize for any groups or any of your clients as well. And we have our sales managers that would be available regionally. So all sales managers are available in each of your regions that are there to assist every single step of the way, whether it be for consumer events, for any types of trainings, or also creating flyers and all marketing assistance as well. But we want to thank you so much for your support through all the years. We look forward to an incredible 2022 and 2023. And thank you once again on behalf of Uniworld to the IC community and all the advisors. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erin Vaughn, and I am a Senior District Sales Manager that represents Adventure World Travel. We are so thankful for the IC community and all of the hard work and dedication that you put into every single client that you serve. Your support of all of our brands is so incredibly appreciated. We are always striving to provide you with options that will provide your clients with the perfect solution to their travel needs. So with that, we introduce you to Adventure World Travel. It's an FIT company that has been in business for over 40 years, but is now making its debut in the US for you to be able to explore with your clients. We are a team of dedicated experts that prides ourselves on the extensive firsthand knowledge and personalized services that we can offer your clients in the form of exclusive itineraries designed to suit their preferred pace and style. Our destination managers have created a unique and diverse global product portfolio that taps into the connection, curiosity, and comfort that our travelers yearn for. For your guests that are wanting to feel a part of something bigger and won't stand for anything other than authentic experiences and world-class hand-picked accommodations, Adventure World Travel is your answer. Thank you again, and we cannot wait to support you as we grow together in 2022.
So Insight Vacations and Luxury Gold would just like to thank all the ICs and host agencies. And here's to a wonderful 2022 and 2023. You are so important to our business. You are the backbone of our business. And we really appreciate your support and look forward to working with you and helping you to grow our mutual business. Thank you so much from Insight Vacations and Luxury Gold.
Hello, my advisor friends. If we haven't had the pleasure to meet yet, I can't wait to meet you. But my name is Josh Epp, and I'm the Director of Strategic Accounts at the Travel Corporation, which include the brands like Trafalgar, Cost Saver, Brennan Vacations, Kentucky, some really great tour brands that travel all over the world. And from Trafalgar and Cost Saver, I just want to send a big thank you for all the support that you provide us. I joined this industry to give travelers and guests the opportunity to connect with parts of the world that they may have never seen or even dreamt of visiting before. And it's such an honor to work beside you, providing these first-class experiences for travelers to travel all across the world. At Trafalgar and Cost Saver, we have implemented so many ways to support you, from our district sales team across the country, our online chat and training opportunities, to even building out marketing projects that fit you and your agency needs. And don't forget about our extensive groups department. When it comes to land travel, our team is truly a one-stop shop. At Trafalgar and Cost Saver, we really are here just to grow your business and send your clients all over the world. So thank you so much. I can't wait to meet you in the field, and I hope you have a great day.
Hi, my name is Kevin, and I'm the Director of Sales from African Travel, and what an absolute pleasure it is to be here and to come to you and tell you how much we appreciate you as independent advisors and ICs. You're such an integral part of the travel industry, and we truly appreciate having the opportunity to partner with you on such a fantastic, life-changing destination as Africa. At African Travel, we are the largest tour operator that focuses exclusively on Africa. We've been in business for 45 years, so we've certainly been around the block. We are focusing on 16 different countries in Africa, and we have 16 regional offices. This means that we're local here in North America, but we're also local in Africa. In South Africa alone, we employ more than 2,500 employees. We are actually also very advisor-centric. That means that we don't go and advertise in Condé Nast, New York Times directly to the public in any way. We are all about you as a travel advisor and how important it is and what you bring to the client as a travel advisor. That's very important to us. So we partner with you as a travel advisor to bring the very best of Africa to your clients. We offer 3 different styles of traveling: an independent FIT style, small group departures, or indeed custom group departures. Now, when I say independent FIT, that does not mean that we're literally throwing them to the lions when they get to Africa. We're with them every step of the way. It's white glove service, 5-star service, and we're holding their hands throughout the whole trip. The number one resource that we bring to you is our 3-way conference calling. That's where we get you, your client, and one of our safari specialists, and we get on the phone and we go through the planning from A to Z throughout the whole trip. And the most important thing for us when we do that is that you, as an advisor, are the star of the show. We never want your client to wonder what you're doing in the middle if they're talking to us directly. So we work in partnership with you, and we make booking and for your clients to Africa very easy. All you have to do is let us do the leg work, the donkey work, and you sit back, relax, and you provide your client with the very, very best opportunity possible to Africa. We want you to see us as your back of house experts. That's what we're here for, on all things Africa. And we want you to experience Africa as well. So we have an educational program. There are 6 different itineraries to Kenya, Tanzania, and to South Africa. And instead of going to Africa on the traditional fam style where you go with 10, 12, 15 other agents, people you probably normally wouldn't choose to travel with, we want you to experience Africa with somebody you love and care for. So you will travel on a private FIT basis, and your companion will go at the same advisor rate as you do. So all of this information can be found at www.africantravelinc.com. Don't forget that INC at the end. It's very, very important. We cannot wait to welcome you and your clients to Africa for this life-changing experience.
Well, thank you again to all the suppliers that participated. I want to give a special shout out to the Travel Corporation, or TTC. They're the parent company of quite a few brands within the travel industry, like Trafalgar and Brendan and Kentucky. But they have been, for the past 2 years, incredibly supportive of us during Host Week, and always made sure to have everybody on their team send in videos, which I think is very telling about their support for the Host Advisor channel. So a special thank you to them and to everyone that participated. And we, again, are not done for today. Now we're going to move into the part of the afternoon where we're going to start doing our think tanks. So go ahead, same thing as always. You can leave the stream running, and at, let's see what time it is. At 3 p.m. Central Time, we'll go ahead and we'll be kicking into our first think tank, which is with Caitlan Etchevers from Visit Fort Lauderdale, and she'll be talking about how travel advisors can go ahead and grow their sales and destination knowledge by using CVBs, or Conventions and Visitors Bureaus. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Hey, we are back for another Host Week segment. We are making it. So during our last section, we had our Supplier Love going on. So we pulled at your heartstrings, we inflated your egos, and we filled up your heart with all these warm fuzzies. And now this section is when we're going to really start using the brain and get your learning on, because this is the week's first think tank. I've got Maureen and Caitlan over waiting in the wings, but before we turn the mics over to them, I wanted to go over a few of the logistics, which is boring, I know, but it is a necessity. So stick with me. First things first, the session Caitlan will be giving us is going to have a lot of tips and actionable items on how you can grow your sales and destination knowledge by partnering with CVBs. And as I mentioned earlier today, we are pre-recording these segments. to make sure that the entire 4-person HAR team doesn't experience heart attacks from the stress of a live event. So if you have questions at all during this, Maureen and Caitlan will be on your screen, but they will also be in the comments. So ask away. Secondly, there is going to be a follow-up live session where you can meet with Caitlan and Maureen to ask questions about Fort Lauderdale, or if you want larger, broader questions about CVBs and DMOs in general. So in order to do that, I need you to do 2 things. First, if you want to attend this follow-up interactive session, mark your calendars for February 1st at 2 p.m. Central Time, first thing. Second thing you need to do is you need to register. We only give the link out to people that have registered. So you can go to har.news/think-tank-me to register, and we'll send over the links to the live events as well as some details on it. So know that those will not be recorded. So if you're not able to make it, unfortunately, there's not a way to watch it later. Well, we got all the boring stuff out of the way. So let's kick this off by hearing from you and showing some love for Fort Lauderdale. I think Caitlan's going to be really surprised that I've done this, and I'm very excited. She's probably very excited right now. So go ahead, as you're watching, go ahead and type in the comments what your favorite thing about Fort Lauderdale is. Because if you're in the travel industry, and if you're new to it, you should know this, because Fort Lauderdale, I think, accounts for like 50, like 1 out of every 2 trips. It's like Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale. You kind of bounce back and forth. A lot of the conventions and conferences for the travel industry happen in Fort Lauderdale. So it's something I'm very familiar with, and I'm sure a lot of you are. So what do you love there? Is it the ports? Is it the beaches? Is it the mega mansions that are on the intercoastal highway? Well, I guess not highway. I guess it's the waterway, but or maybe it's the Las Olas like restaurant and dining area that you love to go to. So type it into the comments and let us know. And with that, while those are rolling in, I'm going to turn it over to you, Maureen. Let's hear what Caitlan has.
Thanks, Steph, and welcome to our audience members for joining us today for our think tank, How Convention and Visitor Bureaus Can Help Advisors Grow Their Sales and Destination Knowledge. I just want to remind everybody that we do also have a follow-up interactive think tank that will take place on Tuesday, February 1st at 2 p.m. Central Time. And so make sure that you looked in the comments. There will be a link in there for the think tank, and please make sure that you join us for that as well. Also, this is pre-recorded, but feel free to share your comments during the presentation, and we will be happy to answer them for you. So today, our think tank speaker is Caitlan Etchevers, Sales, Marketing, and Business Development for the Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitor Bureau. So first off, Caitlan, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today and being a part of Host Week. We do appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Oh, you're welcome. So, could you give the audience a little background, kind of, how you kind of got started in the industry, and then kind of how long you've been working with the Convention and Visitor Bureau?
Mm-hmm. It's a mouthful. We'll talk about that. Yeah, absolutely. So it started back in the day. I'm going to tell a quick little story, but I do remember myself looking at that big tube in front of me and calling some 800 number to get some brochures, because I loved travel when I was little, and I didn't necessarily go anywhere except to Florida. I was from Maine originally, but I had a love for collecting the visitor maps and the visitor guides and things like that from a very young age. And I had my desk filled with all these little visitor guides and just stacked full. And that memory kind of came to me a while back, and I was like, wow, I guess I really am in the right job. So yeah, from a young age, I really worked in the hospitality industry. I grew up in a restaurant in the southern coast of Maine, worked selling some deep sea fishing excursions and working as a reservationist in hotels and all kinds of things, hospitality and travel related. And then my path led to working here in Greater Fort Lauderdale for Visit Lauderdale, is our official name now. And so I've been here for about 7 years now in the same role, and I love it. I do live here in South Florida now, and I love where I live, and I love representing our beautiful destination. So it's kind of a dream come true.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's always interesting to kind of hear how people kind of get him, into the industry. I know that like for me, I grew up in Colorado, came from a family of 8 kids. So we never went anywhere. I mean, it was like if you drove to the mountains for, a 2-hour drive to the mountains, that was going someplace.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, knew that someday I just knew I wanted to travel. That was it. And, and it was just kind of a fluke how I kind of got into it, because I eventually went to Alaska to go visit my sister who lived up there. And everybody up there needed help. So I was in Juneau, and it was like they came knocking on the door, from airlines to cruise lines, to operators, just knock on doors like, do you need a summer job? And
there you go.
Yeah. And then, rest is history, right? So
I love it. Good.
The best industry to be in, honestly.
Oh, it is. I think everyone on this call probably knows about that.
Absolutely. Because there's a reason why we're all in it. I mean, we love it. And we have just such a passion for traveling. So, so great story. I love that. So, well, I figured let's go ahead and we'll just jump right in. So let's kind of start with some common acronyms that are used. And can you tell us what exactly are a CVB and a DM?
DMO. Yeah. So that mouthful, right? That Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau. So the Convention and Visitors Bureau is at CVB. So you'll hear that a lot in the industry. I know many of you listening, may be new to this part of the business, but that is very common, CVB. And now you'll start hearing more and more too, a DMO. And that is Destination Marketing Organization. So the more traditional acronym is a CVB, and they're essentially the same thing. But many tourist areas really don't have a convention center. We do. We have a huge, excellent, thriving convention center, but many throughout the world don't. So they have automatically gone to that kind of DMO or tourism authority name. We did recently rebrand from our official name used to be Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau, but this is a huge mouthful, and we want to make it simple. We want the visitors, consumers, and travel-focused clients really to, have that perception that we are more than just a convention center too, because many people are like, oh, so you work at the convention center? They don't make that full group. They go right to the first thing, oh, conventions. But we're much more than that. So we did, we are moving more to that DMO model, so that Destination Marketing Organization, but essentially they're the same thing.
Okay, which is great. Thanks for the clarification, because it does help, because I would agree there are probably a lot of places that don't actually do conventions or have a convention center. So when you first look at that, that's your first thought.
Right.
That it's about conventions, but there is so much more that goes along with that, especially, the visitor side of it, and access all the things that are available, there as well. So,
yeah, I mean, we really, any CVB or DMO, we're going to have the same kind of business model, right? Like the primary role is to just increase visitation and increase room nights booked into the destination. So whether it's Greater Fort Lauderdale or Visit Phoenix or, Baltimore or Colorado, we all just want to increase visitation and get more, short-term bookings, short-term lodgings booked. So that's really the primary goal for everybody. And we do that through many different ways, right? So my role here at the Visitors Bureau is to work with tour operators and travel advisors, like we are here on this call. I work, in the entire United States, but I have a counterpart that does that internationally. Then we also have, a convention sales team. Like I said, we have a convention center. So we have, a large sales group. We have about 8 people on their team throughout the United States that work to fill that convention center and to bring in more of the group bookings. And then we have a sports and entertainment team. They're the real fun ones. They get to bring in, recreational and the professional sporting groups. So they work with like the Florida Panthers. They do recreational ones too, like the karate teams, maybe the cheerleading conventions coming in and things like that. And they also work to bring in festivals and concerts, many signature events, just to create a buzz and to bring in more clients, right? Sure. Maybe you can travel advisors package great weekends for their clients all the time, if it's like a concert or, a food and wine festival and things like that. And then last but not least, the marketing team, right? So we do have a robust marketing team, and I like to kind of think of them as the heart of the organization, because they're the ones kind of pumping blood throughout the rest of the body so that we can function. But we're really all marketers and all in public relations when you work for a visitors bureau. Like I said, we're all here to just kind of create a buzz, educate and train on bringing in more business. And that's really how we all operate throughout the world, so this is a worldwide thing, not just how DMOs or visitors bureaus work in the US.
Which is good to know, because, letting advisors know that, across the world, there are CVBs everywhere to kind of, help you out. It might be called something different, might be a tourist board or whatever, but they are there to help work with those advisors. So
exactly.
Yeah. So that's a great point. So
yeah. And so many people just don't know that, right? They don't, or they think like, oh, well, that's kind of what I do. Or is it a conflict? Or is it, is it going to charge me? There's all kinds of questions, but this is another kind of thing too, that just so you know how we do work, like how we are funded, is that there's usually 3 different models. Usually one would be bed tax funded, which is the public method, really. And that's what we are. So that, basically, when someone spends a night at any short-term lodging, whether it's a hotel, a motel, a bed and breakfast, an Airbnb, they pay a bed tax on top of a sales tax. And a small portion of that is given to our organization to fund us. And then other parts of that tax is divided, with the convention center, sporting arenas, and things like that. So that's kind of the public method. And then there's the membership method. So that would be more privatized, kind of like a chamber of commerce, where you charge your members a due, membership dues. And then there's that, dual method where they're, crossbred, where they're both a hybrid of public and private. So there's lots of those where, you get a small portion of that bed tax, but you also, the hospitality partners, you will usually pay another small fee. But really, the point in telling you all of this is basically just so you know, right? Because knowledge is power, that you can understand that we, for example, in many, many visitors bureaus, we work with everyone, right? We represent every single hotel, motel in our destination, not just the ones that pay a membership due. And I think that's important, right? So, because we can go across the board and assist you and assist our partners too. So they're all kind of getting a voice.
Yep, absolutely. Great. So how exactly does working with a CVB help advisors grow their sales?
Yeah. It's not like an easy transaction. We're just not like, okay, here's your check for the month. We don't pay you a commission or anything like that. It's really just about knowledge is power and money, right? So it's kind of, it converts itself, right? So I like to think of ourselves as an extension to hotel sales force, right? So, I represent all of these hotels in the destination by knowing all about them and talking about them and representing them where they can't be at that time. But at the same time, I also consider ourselves almost like an employee to the travel advisor. Like, we stay employed thanks to you sending your clients here. Right. So it's kind of this whole a cycle, right? So we want you, we want to keep you in the know so that you look good to your clients, that we're feeding you the right information, so that they'll have an excellent time, that maybe you can increase your sales, you'll get a better commission. So when you know your stuff, you're going to get a return customer, you're going to get a happy client. And in the end, you're going to increase your sales and they're going to come back to you. You're going to get a repeat client, right? Yeah. So I think that is kind of like how that that cycle works and you increase your sales. But also because we can give you great tools and recommendations, save you time. Time is money, right? So you can come to me without having to do that countless research, because it's quite impossible to know every little destination in the world. You know, we highly suggest that you become a specialist in some area, but still, maybe you don't really send a lot of people to South Florida. Maybe you focus on Europe. And so those few times that you do have those requests to Florida, you can give me a call and I can help you, without you having to go through all of that research, to find what's best for your client. So there's ways to do that, just giving me a call, staying in contact with us, but we can give you the tools as well. We really try to work on our website. We, to make it agent specific, we have a specialist program, we have webinars all for you so that you can stay in the know and in turn, really just increase your sales that way.
Yeah, it's a great point. And, I know that you have mentioned specialist programs, and I'm a firm believer in this. I kind of came from a supplier background, and the advisors that do take a specialist program, destinations program, it helps you with increasing your sales because you become the expert and that's what your clients are looking for. Right. So can you kind of give us an idea of what type of destination programs or specialist programs that you do offer for advisors?
Absolutely. So we used to call it the Sunny Specialist Program. We've had it for a little bit over 7 years. It started just before I began here. It was extremely successful. We had thousands of graduates. But during our recent rebrand to Visit Lauderdale and Everyone Under the Sun, we decided to create a whole new training program. So it's currently in the dark. Like, we don't have, when you go to our website, it will say coming soon. But hot off the press, and this is the first place I'm actually saying this in live or recorded version, is we will be launching our new training and sales tool called the Lauderdale Loyalist Program. And we're working really hard to make it fun, interactive, different, kind of educational and useful. And that will be coming mid-February. So it's coming. But, Florida in general, there's all kinds of great CVBs, and most of them have training programs. I know Miami does, the Keys, Tampa, Naples. We're all very invested in the travel trade training programs. And of course, throughout the world, my friends over in Vegas, they've got a great program. Hawaii, of course, Aruba, Bahamas, all of them get, rave reviews. So we're really excited for ours to be launched, though. So stay tuned on that.
Well, fantastic. And how long does it typically take to go through the program? Is it, something that's just a couple hours? Is it?
Yes. It will take you probably about an hour.
An hour. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Which is time well spent. So
absolutely.
I highly recommend anybody, figure out what it is that you do want to sell. And then when you do decide, yes, you do want to become a specialist for Fort Lauderdale, then absolutely take the new Lauderdale Loyalist program. I mean, well, so
great. Yeah.
Great. So do you have maybe top 4 tips of how advisors can take advantage of all the things that, whether it's Fort Lauderdale's or any CVB has to offer them? What would be your top 4 tips that you would offer?
Well, number one, we just talked about it, right? Probably, become the specialist. If that's what you're interested in, definitely, become a Lauderdale loyalist so that you can have those tools right at your fingertips, right? Yeah. So that you can get access to a private Facebook group. There's all kinds of cool little benefits that you'll get, whether it's through our program or many other programs that I mentioned before. We all have our own little benefits that we believe will help build your business too by becoming a graduate. So that's kind of the basic for sure. I would also say, and I think this is a great tip, I always recommend it, really to just check out the signature or annual events in a destination that you tend to have more clients, getting requests for or sending clients to. But you can create some really cool packages for your clients, right? So just this weekend, we have this really cool sea glass rosé experience right on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It's this amazing wine and food soiree on the beach. And it's going to happen every year. And we also have Tortuga. That is an annual concert right on the beach, the boat show in October. So kind of think about who your clients are, and if you have like a niche group that you think you could send to an art weekend, down in Florida, and then maybe rotate, maybe you got something cool going on here, and then you could find another cool town to send to another art fair and create packages like that. I think that's always a fun, different way to make more money. And then I also think, here in Greater Fort Lauderdale, we obviously sell a lot of cruises. We have a lot going on at Port Everglades. But I think it's so easy just to get stuck in that kind of set, airport, whatever is the easiest that has a shuttle property. And that nothing wrong, with that. But I do think that you could create maybe kind of a go-to package for your clients that are sailing out of Port Everglades. I think it would be great if you could find a hotel that best works for you for the majority of your clients, right? And make contact with that hotel. Give me a call and we can talk through that. And I can make an introduction to that hotel sales manager, and you can build that relationship so that you have them on speed dial. Like, hey, you're sending a lot of business to Port Everglades and to this hotel. So you build that relationship with them, and just have, make a list of go-to recommendations for dining and what to do in the destination. And obviously I can help walk you through that. And then the next one, really just stay in the know. Once again, the knowledge is power and knowledge is money. So what is new? Everybody wants to be in the know, right? Always like, oh, I didn't know that restaurant was there. Oh, that hotel just opened. We have always been considered a legacy destination here in Greater Fort Lauderdale. But at the same time, we're very much so growing. We just had 11 hotels open just last year during the pandemic, 11 new hotels.
Wow.
And every year I'm kind of dumbfounded I'm like, oh yeah, we had 6, we had 5, we had 11. Like, yes, more and more are coming. So more and more cool things are being built, and new restaurants and amazing chefs and activations and speakeasies and things like that. So, stay in the know. We create a what's new document, basically quarterly, that, we put on our website. So we have a travel trade section that is very useful, so that you'll find the link to our specialist program. You'll find links to our webinars and this what's new document. And I think that is another great tip to kind of stay in the know and, make sure that you are that insider.
Yeah, absolutely. So I really like the fact that you had mentioned that for your loyalist program, that it's a closed Facebook group. And this is a really good place, I think, for advisors just starting out to be able to network with other advisors.
Yeah.
Get advice from them. Mm-hmm. And ideas from them as well. And then, I thought that was a really great idea about, checking out the annual events, because, how otherwise would you have known that you guys are having, a big event, your sea glass event on the beach? I mean, I would like to go to that.
I think every woman our age really is like, wow, how do I get a ticket there?
That's right.
All my friends are calling me. They're like, I just found out about this event.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything quite like that in Colorado.
I'm sure something similar.
I don't know. I think I'd rather be on the beach, though.
Yeah, it does really kind of go together.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and just making sure, like you had mentioned, making sure that the advisors are staying in the know, going to your site, making sure that they are looking at, because you said that you do have a special travel advisor section.
Yes.
On there, and making sure that they're taking a look at that, even if it's monthly, because of all the new things like you had mentioned, new hotels popping up all the time. So just making sure that they know what events, what new hotels are, coming up. Did you mention that did you say that you had like restaurant suggestions?
Yes.
Things like that. Yeah, which is great. So it's kind of almost like a one-stop shopping of everything.
It is. In our new program, our Lauderdale loyalists will have a lot of great things at your fingertips to share and to, share with clients or share, with the consumers. Like if you have a Facebook page and you just want to kind of advertise something there, you could share it easily that way. And we also, something I didn't mention before, we also stay engaged on our on social media. So besides that private Facebook group, we have an Instagram and a Facebook page called Leisure Lauderdale. And that is just for our global trade team to stay engaged with you all. So we have lots of partner information, and, if we're doing a webinar, we'll kind of announce it there. If we're doing a site inspection, we'll make a fun video or something like that, but just more ways so that you can, get your mind thinking, oh, that looks cool. That looks fun. Or yeah, let me give Caitlan a call. I had a question. So definitely stay engaged that way as well.
Okay, perfect. And then what you had mentioned, like a site inspection, is that typically going to be hotels?
Yes, we do both. I mean, we try to rotate things, or even if we just go cool, like a great pizza place down the road that, was amazing or new or something, we'll try to share that. But yes, we do frequently do site inspections on our own of new properties, or, maybe a property that we hadn't been to in a while. And this is something that just our team does. This is separate from a fam trip or something like that. But we will also have kind of some fam components with our new Lauderdale Loyalist program, but also, great ways to get to know the destination. If you're coming down for any training, attending conferences like Cruise 360, Cruise World, or GTM, or Signature, many of those, agency conferences are here in Florida. Lots of people come down, so add on a couple of days, and, maybe we can create a fam for you, or we've already had one and you can tag along, or you just do one on your own, and, we can help set up some appointments for you. So think of that too.
That is a great point to, because that, a lot of the newer advisors coming into the industry, going to an industry event is important. And like you mentioned, so many of them are there in Fort Lauderdale. So, I know Cruise World is there every single year. I've attended that for many years. It's a great conference. So it's a great way to network. And, I know that you guys have a booth there. So making sure you're utilizing stopping by at conferences like that. And like you mentioned, take the time to take a couple extra days to, whether it's, there's ship inspections, or, there's opportunities to go look at hotels, and different things, events going on in the area. Great opportunity to attach it on to a conference that is being held there.
Exactly. Yeah. So ask. I mean, even if it's not in the greater Fort Lauderdale area, of course, we want you to come visit us. But, Miami has some, and, even up in Orlando, they get lots of conferences. So, give the Orlando CBB a call and say, are you doing anything extra for travel advisors? Because lots of times they're not publicized either, because we get such demand. But if you give them a call, if you look on their website or their travelist program, their specialist program, you might be able to find more information about, getting to know them a little bit more. But definitely, engage with them. So if there's a destination that you are visiting, or that you have interest in, or that you're starting to sell more, I highly recommend that you reach out to that Convention and Visitors Bureau, or visit, or DMO, and look for that kind of travel trade, person. Is usually how our group works, is labeled, to find the person that would be your representative.
Right. Yeah, that's some really great advice for everybody that is tuning in today. So thank you. Do appreciate that. So is there anything else that you would like to mention to everybody before we wrap up today?
No, I think we did it really. Definitely stay tuned for that Lauderdale Loyalist, and follow us on Leisure Lauderdale on Instagram or Facebook. And then, we can touch base if you have, some questions, if you want to, dive a little more deep in something. We will be live on Facebook February 1st, was it? Right? That I have
yes, it is.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll be there for that. But no, I really just that general recommendation. I do kind of do this speech a lot we're fortunate enough to have a lot of new franchisee owners or new people in the business that come down for trainings here in our area. And I love to meet the new people in the business, because I think it's so important to meet with somebody like me and be like, oh, wow, because I talk to so many people that are in the business, 5 years later, and they're like, oh, I didn't even know that existed, or, I wasn't really sure. And I feel like we could have saved you so much time and energy.
Exactly.
So definitely, just reach out to that person, make that connection, and you're just going to have a friendly face in those destinations, or, you know, emergency comes, you can give us a call, and we're here to help. So
perfect. And is there a particular website that they can go to get more information?
Well, our website right now is sunny.org. And then you would just go to travel trade. You'll find the little bookmark on the top, and that's where you can connect with us there.
Oh, perfect. So this has really been, there's been a lot of great information today, Caitlan. And, you know, we really appreciate you sharing all of your knowledge and ways that advisors can, you know, really utilize their visitor bureau. So I hope that everybody kind of takes something away today, even if it's just becoming a specialist.
Yes.
So very important. And it's a great way in making sure that they are utilizing, you know, their visitor bureaus and networking within there as well. So
even where you live too. You know, some people just think, oh, well, I'm a member of the chamber, but sometimes we're different. It depends on where you live. But, you know, we have a really, you know, large group of locals that I'm engaged with a lot too. So
yeah, and it is a really great way too for newer people coming into the industry that they're not sure where to start.
Right.
In all honesty, the Visitor Bureau, great place to get started.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is.
So.
And you can get lots of marketing material and maps and things like that. If maybe you're getting a brick, you know, you're opening an actual location now too. I know that some of you are, and you know, you can get free maps or pictures or something like that to help decorate your office. You know, just fun ideas like that too. Or if you're doing this is something too, if you're doing a consumer show, you know, maybe you are doing something at a local like bridal show, or you know, you're doing a travel night, you know, call on some of the CVB reps, you know, like me, and see if we can send you some tchotchkes. We can send you some pens, or, you know, maps or books or something like that. We're happy to do things like that, you know, and people like me in roles that I have throughout the world will most likely be able to assist you that.
Yeah, great suggestion. I really like that. Just one more way, you know, if they are having a consumer show, just another way to get some materials out to their clients. And then it also makes their clients feel like, oh, you know, look what my advisor is doing for me. Look,
exactly.
Got this great interactive map when I go to Fort Lauderdale. So yeah, so that's a great suggestion. So real quick today, I just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in, and just remind everybody that on Tuesday, February 1st, at 2 p.m. Central Time, we will have an interactive think tank follow-up to further discuss ways to work with, whether it's with the Greater Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau or CVBs in general. So don't forget also to tune in tomorrow for our keynote with ASTA. Plus, there's going to be more think tanks at 2:50 p.m. and 3:40 p.m. Central Time, and there's going to be many more interviews with host agencies for advisors as well. So, and I just wanted to thank you, Caitlan, for joining us today and providing the audience with all these amazing tools to help them grow their sales, to gain valuable destination knowledge, and really how to get the most and how to work with a convention and visitor bureau.
My pleasure. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, you are more than welcome. And thank you, everybody, for joining us today. And now we are going to go back to Steph.
Even though I grew up in the travel industry and I've been in it full time for 15 years now, I still learned a lot from that think tank. So thank you, Caitlan. That was great. And I actually asked the question about the difference between a DMO and a CVB a few years ago on social media, because I was kind of confused. I'd been seeing them used interchangeably more and more through the years. So I wanted to know the difference, and I should have just emailed Caitlan instead of asked the social media world. All right, so just a quick reminder, if you do want to attend the interactive think tank next week with Caitlan, it is February 1st at 2 p.m. Central Time, and we need you to make sure to register to get the link to attend the event. So you can go to har.news/thinktankme, and we'll get you registered and send you over the link. So we have a few minutes before our next think tank gets started, and it's going to be a fun one. It is at 3:45 p.m. with myself, Mark, and Michelle from ASTA, and we'll be going over the new roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course that har published with ASTA last year. So if you are a new travel advisor, I cannot highly recommend enough this course to you. So if you're a new advisor, definitely tune in. Even if you're an advisor that has some experience under your belt or a lot of experience, but you feel like there's some pieces of the puzzle that you're missing about how the industry works, it's an amazing brain dump on the industry and everything about it. So it might be a good fit for you too. So go ahead, same thing as always, leave that browser open, and about 30 seconds before we're going to start, you'll hear some music, and that means it's time to pop back over to our tab for our next think tank. We'll see you in a jiffy. welcome back. We are near the finish line for the first day of streaming, and I dare say we have saved the best for last. I don't want to spend too much time on an intro, but I do want to hear from all of you. So there are a lot of intro to travel agent courses out there, whether they be through community colleges or online schools or through travel agencies or through associations. There's a lot of like how to become a travel advisor courses. So I'd love to hear a couple things. One is, have you taken any of them and what did you think of them? What was your experience? And have you heard of the ASTA's Roadmap to Become a Travel Advisor course yet? Because we wrapped it up and finished up the course last January. And I think ASTA launched it maybe in Q2 of last year. And so we're curious how well our marketing is working. So if you can let us know in the comments if you've even heard of it or been interested in it, that'd be fabulous. And as I mentioned before, these are pre-recorded. So Michelle, Mark, and I will be in the comments as the streams, and we would love to answer your questions and hear your thoughts on things. So we do have, just like the last think tank, we have an interactive follow-up session, and that is for February 3rd at 11 a.m. Central Time. This is where you're going to interact in real time with me, Michelle, and Mark, and you can ask us any questions. There are no dumb questions. I guarantee it, because the number one goal that me, Michelle, and Mark have is helping people join our industry, and not just joining up, but being successful at it. And it's kind of, I'm of the opinion that you can't really be successful if you don't ask questions. So ask away, ask away. And the follow-up think tank, just a reminder again, you do need to register ahead of time, and you can do that at har.news/thinktankme. And you'll get the link to attend. So with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to Mark Meader, who will be moderating our session for us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Host Agency Review's Think Tank, where today we're going to focus on ASTA's Roadmap to Becoming a Travel Advisor course. So I'm thrilled to be here with you today. I'm ASTA's SVP for Industry Affairs and Education, Mark Meader, and I'm joined by the founder of Host Agency Reviews, Steph Lee, and my colleague, ASTA's Director of Education and Creative, Michelle Mueller. So welcome to all of you joining us today. We've got a real insightful, fun time with you spent where we're going to answer a lot of questions and get your questions too. So to get a little bit of background, in 2021, ASTA launched our Roadmap to Becoming a Travel Advisor course. Michelle Mueller and I worked very closely with Steph Lee to produce this 240-page manual with 7 instructional videos that cover a huge amount of key areas and topics that are really necessary to know when you become a travel advisor. So our goal today is to give everyone interested in a travel advisor career the knowledge that they need to make a sound career decision. So for today's think tank, we want to give you a sneak peek into the course, see what it looks like, see who it's a good fit for, and we'll talk to you about what you can expect once you finish the course, and of course, much, much more. So format-wise, I'll be facilitating today's session with an informal Q&A with Michelle and Steph. There may be some screen sharing that we do to give you some course highlights and show you some examples. It'll give you a strong sense of what to expect when you take the course. So now, mark your calendars, because Host Agency Reviews will also be hosting a live follow-up session on February 3rd, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Is that the correct time, Steph? 11 a.m. Eastern?
That's a good question. I can't remember. It was in Central Time when I sent it over.
So Steph will confirm what that is. But if you, again, the most important thing is to register so that you can be eligible to join our live follow-up session on February 3rd. So in that session, we'll answer any of your questions about the course live, or you may have questions in general about joining the travel industry. So if you've stumbled across Host Week without registering, make sure to register to get the link so that you can take advantage of that breakout session. And lastly, if you have questions during today's session, please type them into the comments field, and someone from Host Agency Reviews and or ASTA will be there to answer them. So with that, now let's get started. So Michelle, let me ask you, what is the course Roadmap to Becoming a Travel Advisor really all about? In a nutshell, one sentence, and who's the course a good fit for?
That's a great question, Mark. Thanks. The course is really foundational knowledge of being a travel advisor, what that career entails. It is really designed for anybody interested in coming into this industry or has been in this industry between 1 and 3 years. What we found in the last 7 months that we've had this course live is that some seasoned advisors are actually taking a refresher and reaching out to us on how well the course is put together and how much they've really enjoyed it. So though we have designed it for new to the industry, seasoned advisors are enjoying it as well.
And in a nutshell, what's it about? Is it a baseline info on how to run a business, a travel agency business? It's more than that.
Yeah, it's how to be an advisor. So it's foundational knowledge of who's in the industry, who are the players, how they all work together, and how to really be a successful advisor. This is not the course on how you start a business or how you set up your licensing or your corporate structure, an LLC or a corporation, or even how you set up your internal accounting. This is focused on the advisor.
Mm-hmm. So good for those that are either new to the industry or for those in the industry for a long time who kind of need that refresher to make sure they haven't lost sight of or track of vital things you need to know to become a successful travel advisor. Good.
Yes.
So Steph, will this course help someone start their own agency?
That's a great question. No. It will be a piece of becoming a travel advisor, but when Michelle says that it's foundational knowledge, that's a perfect description because it gives you the lay of the land. So the way I like to describe the course to people is if you're thinking about becoming a travel advisor, it's really important. It can seem so dreamy. It's like, oh, I get to sell travel. I get to travel around the world for my work. It's going to be amazing. But there's a lot more to it than that. And that's what the course is. It's going to talk to you about what it's actually like, what a sales process is like. If you're an introvert, you hate talking to people, you're not a salesperson, even if you love travel, this job probably isn't going to be amazing for you if you're not into people, because it is people facing. So I like to describe it as not how to start an agency. HAR has our 7-day setup program, which is free. And that's a great way to get you from after you've read the roadmap course and taken it and you've decided, yes, this is a good career fit for me. I want to start the agency and become legit, have the, form my corporation, set up my website. That's where the 7-day setup comes in. So it won't help you start the agency. It's helping at that decision point where you're like, is this going to be able to support my family? Because there's things in there we talk about when commissions are paid.
Right.
Because if you're a single person and you're relying only on your income, you need to understand that when you start a travel agency, if you're going full-time at it right away, which some people do, but most people will do part-time, but you need to understand that there's a lag between when you make a sale and when you get that commission. So you have to account for that going forward and kind of with your finances.
So that's, I think, very helpful stuff. So it's really what you need to know as you contemplate or become a travel advisor. You've already made the decision that you're going to do that. Here are the first kind of precursor steps you need to take to know about as you then, after this, dig into establishing your business, etc. So it's the necessary first step.
Yeah, it's almost like you're sitting in with maybe a travel advisor mentor or something, and they're telling you how the industry works, and you're dipping your toes in to see if this is what you thought it was.
And I think in a minute, we're going to dig into some of the particulars of the course. So for those listening, don't worry, we will. You'll get a better sense of what the course literally consists of. That will really define much of a combination of Michelle and Steph are talking about. So, Michelle, I know that ASTA has a number of training programs underway, including, for example, our Verified Travel Advisor certification program. I know that also that the roadmap to becoming a travel advisor is not part of VTA, Verified Travel Advisor. So my question for you is, would someone who takes this course, the roadmap course, become a certified travel advisor and they complete the course?
That's a good question. You will not be a certified travel advisor when you finish this course. Think of it as going into the nursing profession. After your first foundational course, you're not a nurse yet. And if we relate that to running a doctor's office, you don't know how to run that business of that doctor's office. There is a learning curve that it takes. And I don't believe there's one course out there in the industry that will give you everything you need to be a professional in this industry. But you have to start and have a foundation, and that the best foundation will set you up for success.
So this is all about that foundation.
Yes, ASTA's Verified Travel Advisor program is for working advisors. So it will be part of your future, but not yet. We need to get you to be a working advisor first.
We need you to slow down on your enthusiasm. Just give us a minute and we'll get you your VTA soon. Okay, everybody, just calm down. Love the enthusiasm.
Good. So a minute ago, Michelle, I mentioned that, we'll get into some of the particulars of what the roadmap course is all about. Give the audience a sense, if you will, of the big picture structure of the course, prospective advisors can expect, what the course looks like, what it consists of. What's that all about?
So I am going to show you some previews of what it looks like. Let's start off where you go to even get access to the course. The URL that you're going to use to access the course is asta.org/become. Once you sign up for the course and you are able to, especially this is really great if you have a friend who wants to buy you a gift, you can actually do gift registration, which is a very popular feature. Or if you are a host agency listening to this and you want to buy a multi-seat registration for individuals joining your host, you can do that as well.
I didn't know this, Michelle. This is very exciting.
I know. It's a special little treat that we have. Once you get into the course, and let me re-sign in because you can tell that I have just logged myself out because it does like many things. It happens
like that.
Yeah. It's kind of like your bank account. You don't want to have it open up forever. So it is an online platform, and you're going to start off with the course on getting your manual. And let me show you what that manual looks like. The manual's 240 pages, and we've broken this manual up into 3 primary chunks. The first chunk is the knowledge chapters. That includes who are the players, what are the different sections, how you make money, where that different money comes from, the ins and outs of working with clients, everything from finding them, qualifying, working with their budgets, communicating them pre, post, and after the trip, documenting, which is really important you'll find as you become an advisor, closing the sales. We cover everything from credit card fraud. We give you an introductory knowledge on booking air, cruise, groups, specialty trips, FIT, which are special itineraries, developing your own niche, building itineraries. Then we have you put this into practice. So we have chapters, interactive chapters. Those include actual assignments for you to do, as well as demos that we have of 3 different advisors showing you how they book travel through different booking
suppliers.
tools.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know what? In this course, you are not going to learn how to book in a GDS. You're going to learn the basics that are on all the different booking tools. once you're employed or working with an individual host, you'll use their booking tool and learn that specific technology. We're giving you the foundation. Learning the technology is going to be easy when you have the foundation. Finally, the last chunk is getting employed, working for yourself. We'll give you more resources on how to set up your business, not specific course, but resources, or working for someone else, if that's where you go, whether it's a corporate or an agency, creating your resume, and then getting out into the industry, which is continuing education. You're going to be learning your suppliers information. There's so many great courses out there from suppliers. You're going to learn about going on FAM trips, familiarization trips. It really is a comprehensive course. There's a couple of things I really like to show you on what you can expect in this course. So we took at different types of commissions and the levels. So we give you an example on if you book a trip or for a group that's worth $650,000, how much commission could you expect to make on that? And where would that commission come from? And where do the different amounts of money come from in general? So is it a service fee, a consultancy fee? What's a commission? Break down. Additionally, and these are some of the things I really like about this course, is we give you access to actual advisors, conversations on how they started their businesses. So I love this part of it. I feel it's a unique part of this course.
So Michelle, it may be foundational, but it's very specific and detailed in terms of what it does provide. So
it really does. And then again, some of the advisors that have been interviewed include
Molly's so fun.
Oh, well, and it's just fascinating to listen to her business model. Kim,
let's tell them the business model. Let's not leave everybody hanging. So
oh my gosh,
Molly is super cool because she books bands around the worgot. So she does like their world tours, and if they're touring around the US, and she moves them from place to place. So she's she's got all sorts of name dropping that she can do.
Does she get to go with them?
She did, but now she's, what does she call herself? Like a retired roadie or something. She's got kids now, so it's difficult to be out partying all the time and traveling around the world.
I think that brings up an interesting point. One of the things we address in this course is what you shouldn't do as an advisor. So confidentiality is so important. And I'm sure, as Molly knows, she is moving high-end, high visibility clients. So there's some things you have to kind of keep to yourself. There's also advisors who are working with companies that are buying other companies, who take whole floors of hotels and block them out so that they can have private deals. Obviously, there's a lot of knowledge an advisor has, and with businesses all around the world. So this is great. So let's jump back over and see our heads.
Is there a testing component as well that's part of the overall program?
Actually, Mark, we have a course. We have 7 videos that each one run through. And once you're done with reading the course, going through your 7 videos and many links to, I think I have 12 other hour videos, we do have an examination and a certificate of completion, which is very proudly held by the individuals who complete this.
Very good. Very good. Excellent. Thanks for that overview, Michelle. I think it's quite helpful for the audience in terms of getting to know what the makeup of the course is and some of the fundamentals around it. Steph, you're very familiar with a lot of maybe available out there in terms of coursework like this. What makes this course different from other courses in terms of helping people to become travel advisors?
Well, Mark, I wrote it. No, this course, if you like the things that you've been seeing on HAR and using that as a resource, I would compare this to someone forcing Steph to put it in an organized fashion and putting it in a course, which is kind of what ASTA prompted me to do. So it's very much laid out. Like roadmap, I think, is the perfect
the right word
description for it, because it really does give you a roadmap, but it's not, I'm never a fan of when someone gives you like really high level information that's very fluffy and it's like, okay, but give me like the real story here. And it very much has the real stories, things that are very important for you to know. And it's different from other things that are out there, I think, in the level of detail and the amount of information that's out there, because it's 240 pages. Number one is a lot, but beyond that, like Michelle said, there's a whole bunch of, there's the videos that come with it. There's links to outer resources for you to learn more about things. So I think it's very similar to HAR in that you can really go down a rabbit hole, but it's a deep rabbit hole, but there's tons of information that you're gaining that will be helpful for you as you make, because when you join the industry, we talk about these niches people have. You're going to kind of decide which road. There's a lot of bends in the road, and you have to decide which way you're going to go. So there's a lot of things to help you make those decisions confidently.
Very good. Yeah. So I'm thinking, Michelle, as I go through the course, and of course I've taken the course. I took it early on before we actually released it, and found it to be very, very worthwhile and detailed to the extent that you both described, which is great. But what if, as I'm going through the course and I have questions or needs, Michelle, is there any kind of support that I can get or have? Should I have them as I go through the program?
Great question. And you can reach out to ASTA at ask.asta.org.
ASK, ASTA. Right.
Yeah, that's a tricky one to say.
Yeah. Or you reach out to Host Agency Reviews. We've had students do both. So
yeah, the team is always here when you have questions, even if it's the ASTA roadmap course. It's something we're all very familiar with. So we are happy to help, and would love to help you, assist you getting into the industry.
Definitely.
Very good. So good support there. So, as we talk about it being 240 pages, there's a test, there's videos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any way that you can say how long it would take someone to get through the course, Michelle?
I would estimate. So I'm going to tell you how many hours I think, if you start today, how many hours it'll take to get through. But then we're going to look at the average time somebody takes to actually complete course. That's different because they're not spending every hour of every day doing it. So I would say with the handbook and the videos within the course, so it's going to take you about 7 hours to go through the handbook. And it's about 2.5 hours of video instruction inside the course. There's an additional 12 to 13 hours of videos and audio to listen to. For those, you don't actually have to sit in front of your computer. You can take a walk and listen through your iPods, because we have podcasts associated with those conversations. And I really recommend you do them, because those conversations are advisors who only book air and make a living just doing air, and how they do it and what technology tools they use. There's conversations with destination wedding people who have made their whole brand be pink. They're the pink wedding people. And
so cliche.
I know. But then there's people who backpack through Europe and decide to be a luxury advisor, and how they went about doing it. It really helps to listen to those. So that is about 21 to 22 hours. But most people, they finish the course within about a month of registering it, because they read some of it, they go back, they look at different details. This is, if you were to look at every extra resource that we provide, it would probably take a month or two. I don't think most students are doing that. I don't think people do that in college now, but the materials are there. So I think if you purchase it today, then you're probably going to finish within 3 to 4 weeks. and you're going to put in about 20 hours worth of work.
But the bottom line is, though, tell me if I'm wrong, Michelle, there's no time constraint or limitation in terms of when you do complete it. If it takes you 2 weeks to do it, great. If it takes you 2 months, 3 months, it's totally up to you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, unlike other online learning platforms, when you get a course through ASTA, you actually have a year to access all your course materials. Many places, as soon as you take the test, you no longer have access to any of the materials. We're not going down that road. We want you to have access to them. And many of the advisors that we work with, they come back multiple times. Download your documents and keep them on your laptop, because you're going to want to refer to them.
Yeah.
Good. So I think the answer to my question for you next, Steph, is pretty obvious. But once you've taken the course, are you truly ready to start booking after you take it? Are you truly 100% trained, or is there more? And I think from our earlier conversation today, there is more. But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's a lot more. So like we said, I think this course is really great when you're first getting started and trying to make the decision and getting to know the industry. You will not be able to book even if you were this amazing advisor, because what you need to do is set up your agency are the kind of the next steps. If you're starting your own agency, or you need to find a job, because you're not able to book unless you have your accreditation number that you're either going to get through your employer or you're going to get because you start your own agency. And that's really when you can start booking. But I would put the caveat on that just because you can start booking doesn't mean you're going to be amazing just like that. There's so much more training that comes even after you start up your agency. We give examples in here of how to do bookings and tips for when you're booking cruise, airline, vacation packages. But those tips it's just like drop in the bucket. And so what you really need to start doing then is taking destination trainings, supplier trainings, take your employer trainings or your host agency trainings. We're still at the very, very beginning. What I always tell people is that from the time like you open your agency or you enter the industry, it's going to take 2 to 3 years before you become really fluent in it and really comfortable with your knowledge. If you're working in an office and have a really close mentor, it's the time is going to be much shorter for you. But you will be able to book. You guys are getting so excited, but you're going to have to wait again for a little bit.
You know, I started my career as a travel advisor a long time ago, and
I know that,
and
Mark.
Yes, I did, and I can tell you that after many years, I'm still learning. I learn every day. So I think, that it sounds cliche, and it certainly does apply to not just travel, but a lot of industries. But learning doesn't stop, upon the completion of a course or two. So it is a good point that you'll never stop learning, especially in the travel world. But I will say personally, learning in the travel world is a lot of fun and interesting, and a passion certainly has been for me. And I know it is for a lot of travel agencies and advisors out there. So all really, really good point. Let me ask you both, what's your favorite part of the course? Having looked at it, taken it, developed it, wrote it,
finishing it is my favorite part.
Being done.
You know what my favorite part is? That it's similar. So to me, it's different than reading through Host Agency Review website. To me, it is almost a college professor sharing their knowledge, firsthand knowledge of what they did. And it is written in such a fun, delightful, entertaining way.
Witty
and witty way. But it's also Steph shares with her how she would have done something different. That is so invaluable. Many years ago, Oprah Winfrey talked about being a travel agent is actually one of the happiest, most fulfilling careers out there. And this course embodies that concept. It really does from start to finish. And yes, don't be afraid that it could take 2 to 3 years before you're super comfortable. That's okay. You're going to have a career that you're so happy with. And it's worth the time and investment.
Yeah.
I know for me, the favorite part I would have to say is, again, having been a travel advisor and in the travel industry for many, many years, the refresher part for me was very valuable. A reminder as to what all the components are in terms of what it means to be a travel advisor, and frankly, why I like it and feel so passionate about it so much. So, Steph, how about you? I know you finishing it was a great
greatest success of my life. You know what I like about it, and it's very much in the style of har, in that it's very conversational and it's down to earth, and it tries to lay things out the way they are and from multiple different angles. But what I really like about it is that it's linear in a lot of ways. Like, you could probably read different chapters, but I really like that there's a flow to it. Like, we build upon the knowledge from the past chapters. And so as an educational experience, for me as a learner, that's a lot more powerful for me than, say, searching on host agency reviews, because not all of the info is on host agency reviews that's on there. I would say maybe 60% of the topics we cover somewhere within har, but I actually forget what we have on har's site half the time. I'll be like, oh, I need to write an article on that. And I Google it. And I'm like,
we already did.
Well, there we are. Good job. Go me.
Well, I agree. It has a very logical flow to it, which makes it all the more easy to understand and absorb as you go through it.
Yeah, because you have so much information coming at you. And this makes it a lot easier versus having to pick and pull from everywhere on the internet. So that's my favorite part. Is it's I think a much stronger learning experience, and it's very logical in its flow.
And the logic helps you kind of relate to what you're learning in the moment versus what you already did learn in a previous chapter and what's to come. So I think that logic is very helpful. Very good. Well, earlier, Michelle, when you were sharing some screens from the actual tool or product, I saw that ASTA is marketing it or selling the product for, I believe it's $299.
It is.
Steph, are there any discounts on the course for host week? I know the answer to that, but I'm going to let you answer it, Steph.
Well, if anyone's not looking at their screen and just is listening to this, yes, you can get it for half off using code har149 during host week and for the following week after. So you can go to asta.org/become. And along with that, if you're not familiar with host week and just tuning in for this, there's a lot of other specials and deals that are going on with host agencies, with some suppliers. There's giveaways. So there's a lot of fun stuff if you check out the schedule, and you can click on the link to the blog with the host week. Actually, you know what? We'll just put it in the comments. We'll put the link in the comments to the special.
Very good. So asta.org/become is where to go to register. And then when it's time to make the purchase, use promo code HAR, HAR149 to get half off.
Yay!
Very good. Very good. Very good. Well, listen, I know that we're soon going to run out of time here. It's been fantastic talking to you both in our informal chat this morning, part of our think tank. Are there any parting words for our listeners on the value of the roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course, or any parting words in general about the industry, our work in it, et cetera? What do you think, Steph, from your perspective?
Well, I would say, first, I would say that the industry, I was a person that was like changing jobs every couple of years before I started in the travel industry. And the travel industry is so fun. And so, it's not all fun and games. Like, you still have to do the books if you own your agency, and you have to do marketing, but it's the people you get to meet and the places you get to go are just unbelievable. When you talk to anyone in the travel industry, who was I talking to the other day? They're like, oh, I've cut down on my I've stepped back a little bit from work, and I've cut down on my travel schedule. And then I was like, well, where are you going this year? It's like 8 things. They're like, oh, we've got, the ASTA River Cruise thing in a few months. And we've got, we're going to go on a Greek Isles tour. And that's their like shortened travel schedule. So it's just a really fun business to be in, and the people are great. So we are here at HAR here to help you. We want as many people that are interested in being in the industry to be able to join, and we want to be able to help you. So don't be afraid to reach out.
Yes.
What about parting words, Steph, from the roadmap course itself, the value of becoming a roadmap, becoming a travel advisor course?
I veered off the roadmap, or I veered
That's
off the road there and skipped the question.
We want to hear your perspectives on both.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the value, like if you think about, especially if you buy it with the promo code, $149 to invest in your career, to know if this is the right choice for you. And like if you follow HAR, we do really high quality work. And so $149 to gain this amount of knowledge is like an incredible deal. And I think the best deal that you'll find out there. So huge value within it.
Very good. Thanks, Steph. Michelle, how about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would second what Steph said. This course is designed to set you up for success. Many of the people watching today are going to work with a host, and you're going to want to go through all of the training that they provide, from day one to the mentoring program to helping you book. But before you do that, take this course so you have a foundational knowledge to make that training even more valuable, because it'll tell you where everything fits in. So,
yeah.
And welcome to the industry. This is an amazing place to work.
I agree. And if you're not a member today of ASTA, please join. We would very much like to have you as a member, and maybe we can add this to the chat feature or comment feature as well. But you can join ASTA today if you're not a member by going to asta.org/join. And we'll take care of getting you becoming an ASTA member. We do so much work and assist the industry, the travel agency industry in general, so much in terms of advocacy for you, both within the industry, with the various travel suppliers, technologies, et cetera, but also on Capitol Hill, which is one of the reasons we're based in Washington, D.C., where we can spend time with key legislators on regulations and laws that are impactful to the agency community. So please, if you're not already an ASTA member, join us, join the fight. We value you from a grassroots perspective as well. asta.org/join.
Yeah. And Mark, too, yes. I would say, if you're just tuning in for this session, earlier today, Mark talked more about or tomorrow, Mark will be talking about exactly what ASTA does. Yes. We're huge fans of ASTA here, and the important role that they play within the travel community for giving us a voice on the Hill and making sure that our interests are represented. So tune in tomorrow at 12 Central Time, and Mark will be going more in depth on exactly what they do. Yes. Because if you were like me, you're like, that they're a legislative and advocacy, but you're like, I need specific details. So
yes, join me then for sure. As Steph said, I'll talk in a lot more detail about who we are, what the advocacy work is that we do. And I'll also talk a little bit more about the roadmap course, not to the level of detail today, but also about our Verified Travel Advisor certification program. So please do tune in. I can't wait to see and talk with you then. And unless Steph, you or Michelle have any other final parting words, I want to say thank you to you both for joining me today in this fantastic think tank focused on ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor. Thank you both. And I look forward to what I believe will be a live session where we'll do some more Q&A coming up, as I mentioned, on February.
Central Time.
That's right. Central Time. That's
yep.
Right.
I did look this up. So it is 11 a.m. Feb Central Time.
Okay, good. Very good. Very
perfect.
Good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I am so excited. We have successfully pulled off day one of Host Week. Well, technically it's day two because Sunday we did a little things, but day one of streaming. So yay. I would love to hear from you on how you liked it in the comments. So please feel free to drop any feedback in the comments. And if you joined us for the entire day today, thank you. I know there's a lot going on in people's lives right now, and we are just so thankful that you chose to spend some of the time with us. So before you jump off for the day, let me go ahead and peek over at the schedule, and we'll run through what's going to go on tomorrow. And if you aren't already registered for Host Week, or if you didn't get the daily email with the schedule and direct links to recordings, you can always go ahead and register at har.news/hostweek, and then we will email over the schedule to you every morning with the links to directly watch it and the previous day's recordings. There's also, if you RSVP, there's the opportunity to get text messages with a direct link to watch the stream. So let's see. So we're going to start things off. It looks like with a bang tomorrow. So our opening keynote is we have Mark Meader with ASTA, and he talks about the fight for travel advisors. As we all know, the last couple of years have been very tough for the travel industry and specifically for travel advisors. So Mark's going to talk about the fight that ASTA has been fighting for travel advisors, what their key wins are, what they're looking to do this year. And what's ahead for 2022. So make sure to tune in for that. We're big supporters of ASTA here at HAR. And then shortly after that, we're going to do a little clip it with Anita Paglioso, the president of PATH, which is the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And if you don't know what PATH is and aren't really sure and haven't really heard of it, make sure to tune in because we'll talk about what it is. And then, of course, we'll have our daily Get to Know a Host section at 12:45. And tomorrow, we have Habitats by Cat on the docket, travel experts, KHM Travel Group, Lavarte Travel, and Montecito Village Travel. And then we also have our first think tanks tomorrow. So there's two of them. So one of them is with Geraldine Ree, and it's 10x my business, how to grow 10 times better in half the amount of time. So make sure to tune in for that. She's super high energy, lots of great info. And then we also have a think tank at 3:40 Central Time with Lee, who is a HAR alumni. She was also kind of our technology guru, and she is doing a think tank tomorrow on creating a professional looking website for the non-techie. So she'll walk you through how to get your website set up, even if you really struggle with technological things. So make sure to tune in for that. Let's see, anything else we want to talk about? I can't think of anything. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us on behalf of the whole har team. And thank you again to our sponsors for Host Week. We have Uniglobe Travel Center, Lavarte Travel, Nexion Travel Group, and Avoya Travel. Thank you so much.